And there we are. A return to Ebisu Gauka. I think I said that right. Maybe not. So I was shown how to get the UFO ending for this game. And given where I'm at, it shouldn't take me too long, knock on wood. It'll probably take me an hour or two. Also because I've already done this before. Okay, I don't want to grab those. Oh shit. You know, I didn't even think. About the puzzles. If I remembered how the puzzles went, I think I could just skip this entirely. But that's fine. There's something here. Find water, okay. I should be able to get the UFO ending pretty quick. That fucking doll. Now, I'm not quite sure if this game has an actual time loop going on, or poor Naka here is just fucking insane. Sparkling lakes, fragrant flowers, the melodic chirps of birds singing. This must be paradise. Lighting cast down. Okay, this is the answer to the puzzle. So I'm actually gonna I'm gonna write down. Well, not write down. I'm gonna use my little app to keep track of the puzzle answers, because I do want to see the other endings for this game. And open up there we go. I know technically I could look up like a guide, but okay, this is not. Okay, they should be able to kill him easily. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And slash. There we go. Okay, so first part's over here. And the trick is, it's the wooden board that's different. No, I think these are all. This might be. No, she'll say something if it's the right one. There's a tree. There's the flowers and the. I don't remember the last one. Lightning? Yeah, it's lightning. So here's lightning. Okay. Technically, I guess I could actually just brute force it now. If we find a second one, well, we can brute force it. Okay, that's one. But I am interested if there's other notes in the other world. I don't know if there's notes in the Spirit Realm. New ones for New Game Plus. It becomes so easy if you just stop and give up. After all, you are already among the dead. I think these notes are all the same. Okay, the other one's over here. The extra items will come in handy too. I'm gonna run past most shit. So maybe not as handy as I thought they could be. I think this is the flowers? Oh, that's the puffballs. The tree might be here. So in order to get the UFO ending, I have to, first off, find the radio and then look at 3 posters. I've found the radio, I remember that. So the posters are going to be... I know where the posters are. I was shown where the posters are. Okay, the cross. Last one's here. Oh, that's good. Okay. There's a poster in the rice fields. There's a poster in the canals. And then there's a poster in the, let's go ahead and kill this. Okay, should just kill him. What are your emotes from Code Monkeys? You know what? I didn't expect anyone to pick up on that. It's based on Code Monkeys, yes. It is. It absolutely is. Which in turn is, of course, based on, you know, old games like River City Ransom. But no, the face is something I've made based on the Code Monkeys whenever you get hit and shit. Also, what's up, Rissinger? It's good to see you. No. No. Damn. No. It's purple flowers. First reservers didn't know the Code Monkeys love this show. You and me both. Yeah. You are also the first person I've spoken to in a very long time about Code Monkeys. I used to watch that shit all the fucking time. Back when G4 was a thing, G4 Tech TV. Shit used to crack me up. Oh, here it is, the flowers. Okay. That's just a straight run across. Go ahead and save real fast. Make sure not to save over my New Game Plus save. That's right, these guys resurrect. Code Monkeys and fucking oh shit, what was that old dude's name? Leo Laporte? His computer shit used to, I think that guy is what got me into PCs at a young age. Leo Laporte? Is that his name? Okay, this isn't new. That's not new either. Is there stuff down here? I don't remember this pathway. Oh shit. So, no. It's like we're just... Oh no, I want to get rid of this. Oh yeah. Okay, this is new. And at Code Monkeys, I think what was the boss's name, the cowboy? Mr. Lairdy? He used to crack me the fuck up. Every time you talk about money with an investor, and he'd be like, he's gonna do such and such for $6,000. The guy's like, actually it was 7,000. And then Mr. Lairdy's always like, I said 6,000, you son of a bitch. Let's wrestle. And then they'd fucking get into a tussle. What the fuck? Oh. A perspective on Hiragami. The hell is Hiragami? Tales of mortals being wed to gods and spirits can be found throughout every culture across human history. Certainly, from the perspective of humans, to tie oneself to a divine being is an undeniable honor. Must be like marrying a god? Black Steve waits and gains his respect. Yeah. And fucking Mr. Lairdy like pulls out his gun and like starts shooting at the panda statue, and Black Steve's like, oh hell yeah, and starts shooting this one. Oh shit, man. fucking love that show. I think you can watch the whole thing on YouTube nowadays. However, if one were to consider the opposite perspective, the divine beings binding themselves to a vulgar life form, what could possibly motivate them to make such a degrading choice? Countless seasons have passed since I first came to this sacred land of beauty and wonder, and yet even now, if I consider whether I myself am worthy of such an honor, I cannot answer in the affirmative with any confidence. So I must ask myself, what benefit is there to such beings mixing their divine blood with that of lowly mortals? To be clear, I am overjoyed to be of some use to them. However, I cannot help but wonder. The Shrew Mole. Dodging does not consume stamina while in near-death state. Holy shit, that would be nice. Yes, yosh. Excellent. Okay, so that's new. Means I like the one to come back. Ah, what are those fucking golems spawned? Oh, lots of shit spawned. That's good. Fucking tonsils. Okay, I didn't check this little middle area. Oh, you would fucking hit me. Okay. I didn't check this area. What's here? Anything new? Oh, Emma. Perfect. Nice. Big Buddy Girl and Knife makes you laugh. I bought the Big Dick edition for this game, so, and I didn't use her costume the first run through, so I was like, I'm gonna use it this time. I'm gonna use the Pink Bunny. Okay. This way now. Especially since I'm going for the joke ending. Oh shit. Hope he's not close enough. No, okay, I should be fine. So I want to sell stuff and then finish this. This should send me back to the real world. Yep. I don't want to sell any of this. Sanity limits. No, I'm gonna hold on to my money. Alright, bunny. Let us... Oh, I didn't mean to pick those up. As long as I don't use them, the run is fine. I guess it doesn't matter if I'm going for the UFO. Discard. Okay, so the answer is... 2 slashes, cross, square. Gotcha. 2 slashes. Oh. Cross, square. Okay, I'm going to note this down on my handy dandy application. 2 slash, cross, square. Doing this old school style. Taking notes and shit. Okay, that's the key. My assumption is that the puzzles don't change. Is this new? Okay, it doesn't say... the game notifies you if this cutscene is new. This is not new, so I'm just gonna skip it. We're gonna all ass to this structure. I'm not gonna bother trying to fight this shit. It's not super worth it. As I'm careful. I need my horse emblem. Actually, I don't know if I could equip shit here. No, I can't. I said 5,000, you son of a bitch. Okay. Go. Oh. Come on, Nanaka. A little bit more. That's not too far. There we go. Okay, this is a new cutscene. I'm not gonna skip it. My assumption is there's only one new set of cutscenes. So on a subsequent playthrough up until now, I can just skip all of it.
君を招くために今日がある。まだ少し歩かねばならないが、しばし休もうか。
大丈夫です。
疲れたらすぐに言いなさい。では行こうか。
Let's go for now. I have family things. Try to be back. Oh, no worries, Bristinger. Thanks for stopping in. Thanks for stopping by, man. Appreciate it. And if you don't come back, it's fine. Take care, man. Oh, man, she's out like a light. Still not understanding if she's actively putting that doll there. She might be, she might not be. Who can say?
Hinako. しっかりしろ。返事をしろ。
This is new, right?
よかった。
Like how the headband just teleports under her head.
お前は簡単に死ぬようなやつじゃないよな。
シュウはまだ生きてる。
サクコは無事だよな。
Saku's fucking dead. So, again, last time I played this, I beat it, and Shu is sus as fuck, as we discovered, as he is, he's essentially drugging the shit out of Hinako. With the white flower from, the actual Silent Hill place, which apparently was brought over by missionaries.
これは悪い夢なのか。
どこに行っても化け物しかいない。悪夢以外の何者でもないな。
だとしても幸運だったよ。この世界に残ったのが2人だとして、そのもう一人がお前で嬉しいよ、相棒。
リンコは？
俺はあいつに話があるって言われただけで別にその。
リンコは無事なのか？一緒に逃げたんじゃないのか？
悪い。俺も混乱してたみたいだ。あの時はみんなバラバラに逃げた。
Weird, especially in this scene. It's like he doesn't give a shit whether Wrinkle Lizard dies.
こんな状況でリンコはどこへ？
自分の家か。行ってみようぜ、相棒。
Partner. Okay, so this next part leads us to the rice fields. That is where the first
どうした？早く来ないと置いてくぜ。
that's where the first poster is, and I need to find these posters in order, otherwise I'm not going to get the ending.
よし。
Now the town opens up here. If I have Sakuko's key, I can actually go to her house. But I
とに
don't.
かくリンコを見つけなきゃ。
Let's see. And I think Sakuko's key is at her shrine. Is it not? That would be at the north of the rice fields. So I'm curious if there's any new notes. Of course, items are always nice too, but this is a new game plus. Run, some of the spawns have changed a little bit. But if I can memorize some of them, it makes subsequent playthroughs even faster. Okay. So it is open, okay. So I'm gonna run towards the rice fields. Now I'm curious. I have to do that stupid fucking scarecrow puzzle all over again. Last time I fucked it up so hard. At the end, I managed to actually pull every fucking scarecrow that wasn't the answer in the last part of the puzzle. I think I remember which one it is, though. I don't want to fight this shit. I don't really want to fight any of this shit, if I'm being honest. Not super worth the time. Save point here. Is there an item here? More pills. Fucking shoe. Okay, I have to go north and around. Gotcha, gotcha. Looks like it's safe here. Go. And of course, I did switch combat to easy just so I could speed through some of the shit. I'm more interested in the story right now. I played through it hard. I have nothing to prove now. I mean, I could play on like the, what is it called? Lost in the Fog mode, but it's gonna add a lot of time to a playthrough. Time is limited in October, man. Okay, so this is where you first fight the big boys first. Higashi is really good, actually. At least the chocolate. Don't have any. No repair kits, so save. Okay, so, oh god, we get a little laggy here, I guess. Is it here? There's a building somewhere I'm supposed to find Sickle. Sickle's actually really strong. It's extremely strong, actually. Oh, new box. Diary of Revenge. Jumping to the end of the Heian period, the infamous Genpei War wreaked havoc across the country. The defeated warriors from the Taira clan fled to all corners of Japan for sanctuary. Ancient folklore claims that Ebisugaoka is one such hidden sanctuary. You ventured close to this land, for the poisonous gas that rose from the ground was a well-known phenomenon. This made it the perfect hiding place for those shamed warriors. Though, this did not come without its own inherent problems, as there are numerous records regarding Ebisugaoka's residents suffering from the water dragon's poison. It's only natural, then, that they would turn to idolization as a device to quell the dragon's anger. However, despite the popularity of the faith at the time, not of a hint of its legacy remains today. It just goes to show that even the gods are not exempt from the fickleness of man. And another Emma, perfect. She had a lot of skill ups in New Game Plus.
Nanda, Aibo.
Is this them?
今のこの状況、いつまでも宇宙船総ごっこをしていたい。私かお前の夢の中ってことはないよな。
だったら
I feel like this is new.
互いの頬をつねり合ってみるか。
No, it's not. Okay, never mind.
いや、
It's different though.
自分の方法くらい自分
Right,
で
she
つね
recoils because she's abused. Not much was apparent before, but after playing through the game once, it's a little.
残念だが夢じゃないみたいだな。
The horror is even more apparent. Okay. So I'm going to try and go to the shrine right away. Technically, I'm supposed to go through here first, but this pathway is open. Kitchen knife kind of sucks, but... In a jiffy, it works fine. I wonder if there's something new in here. I think there's one enemy in here. In the upstairs area. Right, this shit moves. Locked. Old medical record. Fujitori Kuroyuki, age 9. Okay, this is new. The patient had joined a group of children chasing down a fox that had wandered into the village. The fox then attacked the patient, leaving several lacerations on his face. The wound below his left eye is particularly deep and shows a considerable risk of scarring. During treatment, he suddenly fell unconscious and was measured with a fever of over 40 degrees. Emergency transfer of the patient to the prefectural hospital was requested. Upon arrival, however, the doctors were unable to detect any abnormalities, even after multiple rounds of testing. After confirming his condition was stable, the patient was cleared to return home the following morning. When questioned during a follow-up examination, the patient responded that he felt completely fine. According to the patient's mother, however, Kuroyuki is like a whole other boy and is applying himself to his schoolwork harder than ever before. Fujitori Kuroyuki. That's the boy that Hinako saved, is it not? Okay, so it was a fox that attacked him. I was a little distracted during that specific cutscene where it shows what happened, but oh, I think that spawns the monster. No, okay. I think going downstairs spawns the monster. I thought it was a dog, but a fox makes more sense. Local doctor's notes. There are numerous tales for those who blaspheme against the Inari faith being possessed by the fox. These tales have no quantitative scientific basis, of course. However, I want to try my best to avoid outright refuting tradition and local beliefs. The effectiveness of any medicine provided to a patient who believes himself sick due to the fox's possession is drastically low. As a man of science, I surprise even myself here when I say that. For the best results, patients should be told to offer their sincere prayers to Oinari-san prior to seeking medical treatment. By respecting and complying with local traditions, I feel I can build a far stronger rapport with my patients here. I don't want that. This is the box of eyeballs, right? Yep, okay. Key, yes. Nothing else, okay. That is what spawns the monster, I think, upstairs. Oh, Kutsuti, nice. Not super, I don't really need it though. As much as I'm skipping monsters, I don't have to pick up every little thing there is. Okay. This spawns the monster in that door. Yeah, she moved. Dried carcass, this is just money. Fuck it. Take the money, okay.
誰かいるの？
I don't think killing this thing actually does anything, though. Oh, there's a radio here. Another carcass. I suppose a tea. Kutsu tea is really strong, but not super. She is. he's gonna do that, we can just you just get the fuck out of here. Great. Okay, so new notes gotten. I will check this house again because I'm not sure. How much is new is added on each subsequent playthrough. It would be nice if it was just the little shit like notes. If it's just new notes, but manage to need that. Sakugo's shrine is this way. I think. Because normally you wouldn't come this way until later in the game.
この先にある作コンとこの神社よく行ったな
And I'd like to get her key. Because I think this is the only time you can get to her mailbox early. I'm curious if there's anything else new here. Already know. A comb, excellent. Replace the bandage.
こんなとこに置いとくなんて
Rusted flask, an antique portable thermos bottle. The glass container inside is broken, so it's no longer usable. Interesting. Someone in there? Is that Saku? That is Saku. Oh, her ghost is in there. Interesting. Okay. I can't interact with anything, so must be like a New Game Plus Easter egg. Okay, there's nothing else here, so we can continue. Oh, Shu is here. What the fuck?
おい相棒、リンコの家はそっちじゃないぜ。
ごめんぼんやりしてた
ここサクコの家の神社だよな。
Sakugo.
うん
あんまり思い詰めるな。急いでリンコを探そう。
そうだな行こう
Huh, interesting. I wonder if you could do that in the initial playthrough. Okay, so you actually go this way? Really? This is where you come from. And a bunch of bullshit would chase you here too. See a pipe there? Ah, so there is monsters here. Nice. Okay. It seems like actually the knife does a lot of damage too. It seems like the knives do more damage when you hit them. Oh, no, when you hit them with the counter.
何
What was that? That would be one of the big boys, Hinako. So I must have misjudged these weapons by quite a bit. The blunt ones are good for knocking over shit. Staggering it all. But it feels like the knives, like, when you counter with a knife, it does an enormous amount of damage. Okay, the first UFO thing is this way, I think. It's on like the southeastern part. I forgot these things spawn in the rice field. Or is this a dead end? That's dead end. Okay. I'm gonna go and sell my items. Sell my treasures. And I didn't get a, oh, we want that stamina. Yes, yes, stamina. I didn't get, the key. Bakugo's key. I thought this is where you get it, but I guess not. Okay, so it's a house down here somewhere. Unfortunately, these shits are gonna chase me. This is the first. First poster. Shit, what was that? Oh, I see. Oh, they die really fast. That could be the other thing. I'm also playing it easy mode, so. Maybe it's that house there. Just don't remember. Or rather, I don't know. I'm going out very faint memories of a guide that I was shown. And I just know the general area of where these things are. Right there? No. I think it's down here. I hope it's down here. If it's not this house, it's that house over there. I guess it's not this house. I hope I didn't fuck this up already. If I did, that's not the end of the world. But I do have to, I'll have to go for another ending. Which I haven't taken any pills, so... That's one of the main things. Debox, of course. These things are relentless. Oh god, there's so many of them. Oh, I'm gonna take a hit. Let's go ahead and kill this. Okay. That means it's gonna be here, right? I hope, maybe? Here, perhaps? Ah, okay, perfect. So this is the first one. Great Space Invasion 1. Now in brilliant color, the Great Space Invasion. Experience terror like never before with the invasion of the body-snatching aliens. Uh-oh. Excellent. Space Wars. Sure watched this movie when he was young and came up with a Space Wars game we used to play. I watched it back then too because my dad dragged me to see it. I don't have any memories at that time, but according to my dad, it scared me so much that I couldn't stop crying for days. She's afraid of aliens? Me and her both. I don't know what it is, but aliens freak me the fuck out. Not like xenomorph shits, like, I mean like the little gray alien shits. Those things like, I don't know, they're eerie. They're very eerie. Nothing new here. Nothing, nothing. Okay. Oh, for fuck's sakes. Ow. They actually die really fast. 3 hits from a knife. Why would I ever use the
武器が壊れかけてる。
club and shit?
もう少しだけ持ってくれ。
I'm not gonna waste on this knife. I'll hold it for the sickle.
気持ち悪い。
ひなこか。この気持ち悪いのには触るなよ。毒があるかもしれない。右の庭
This
から
is
回
where
って
the
こっちに来い。
わかった。
first this fight is not like you have to do this fight. No. Don't really need that. Okay, the key is in the well. Okay, this is not new. Alright, this thing wants to fucking...
どうした。
でかい化け物が出た。
そっちまで行けないんだ。蔵に逃げ込め。俺は窓をこじ開ける。
壊れた。
Oh, my sanity. He has animation cancels, it's funny. Oh. Okay. That's round 1.
まだだ。もっと回さないと。
You know, I'm curious. No, I have to do the rice fields, because that's the only way to the canals, right? Okay, I was curious if I could ignore the rice fields, run back to the canals.
よし。
But it'll be fine. It should be fine.
Hinako! 蔵の窓だ。急げ。大丈夫か。
Okay, this is not new. No. My assumption is I can't leave yet. I think I might have flubbed it. Oh, I'm gonna get the ending still, but I think I missed the opportunity to get it ASAP. But that's fine. Now we're good. Okay, alright. Sell? Everything to sell? Yes, strike carcass. Okay. No new items or documents. I feel like I'm missing something. Bandage. The other thing I need to be on the lookout for is those little statues. The Jizo statues, that's what they're called. Gosh, she's always good. Nothing here.
ここで遊んだのいつの頃だっけな。
懐かしいね、ここ。幼い頃この辺りで迷ってワンワン泣いた記憶がある。
お前が泣くとこが想像できないぜ。
もうずいぶん長いこと泣いた記憶がない。
お前は何でも我慢して心に溜め込む悪い癖があるからな。
Okay, this isn't new. We can skip this. Oh god. This shit, huh? Okay. It's not something that you skip. I don't want to go. My polite spell for now. No, I don't actually remember which one it is. We'll be doing this the hard way, I suppose. He's not smiling. It might be that one. This one is smiling. Of course. Okay, they're not anywhere near as tanky as they used to be. Nice. 5-year-old girl fell in the water over a rice field and subsequently drowned to death. Authorities believe she actually fell in while playing. Okay, now the scarecrows point the way. Curious if they always point the right direction. Like if I just memorized where they are. Or like the direction they're pointing, if I can just run through everything. However, that also might make me lose, like I might not get all the notes. I don't know if the notes are new in the scarecrows. Did I pass it? I think I passed it. Shit.
ここさっきも通った。
Sorry. Salabadius. I see you, man. How you been? Thanks for checking in. You know, I didn't check in myself. Hey, 1 second. I'll fix that. There we go. You know, I just
また
realized.
かかし。
Wait. Okay, this is the backstab one. Just gonna knife her back. The children of Isogaka, good kids don't play near waterways. Be especially careful when there's been a lot of rain because water levels will rise. Good kids don't play in crop fields. Watch out for those reservoirs and ponds because they're dangerous too. I've been alright. It's been a busy week. Very busy week, and I have a busy weekend coming up ahead too, but I had some free time and I thought I'd try and get one of the endings, the alternate endings to this game. Okay, I think these shits might follow me. Shit. Right now I'm going for the UFO ending. I found one poster, and I know where the other two are. Never looked at me the way he looks at you. I think it's this one. We're just kind of speed running this shit. And seeing what the differences are for this game. Around 6 p.m., the girl's family discovered her floating face down the waterway after being carried 2 kilometers downstream from where she initially fell in. She was transported to a nearby hospital where she was pronounced dead on arrival. Multiple accidents have occurred due to this waterway in the past, but a single prevention measure has yet to be put in place. Wanted to see that one. Oh, excellent timing then. It shouldn't be. I think this ending actually cuts the game short. I think as soon as I complete it, like, that's the end of the game, and I can start another run. Okay, so this way. Now, in old Silent Hills, you would get a special weapon if you did the joke ending, too. I think it was Silent Hill 3. You'd get this special costume and a weapon called Love Beam. And the main character, a woman, she would make like a heart symbol with like her hands, and then like she would shoot out hearts at the monsters and like kill them instantly. He's been such an eyesore. Okay, so I think this one fucked me up before. I think it's this one. No. Gotcha. Okay, no, the knives do boosted damage when you counter. Eyesore. Oh shit. I may have to brute force this one. Because I don't remember which scarecrow it is. Actually, she's right. Repair? Okay, yeah, we're just gonna brute force this. Because I can't remember. Oh, it is that one. Perfect. It's the one that doesn't attack you, yeah, of course. Thank you. Thank you so much. Drowns in waterway. Parents and guardians. When children are lost and begin to panic, they become less able to pay attention to their surroundings. There are numerous reports of children running around areas they're not familiar with, and falling into waterways and reservoirs and drowning. If you come across a lost child, please offer your help to them. Sound advice going around tonight. Right, last one. This is the one that really fucked me up, and then I was being chased by a dozen of these things. I'm pretty sure I remember which one it is. It's one of the ones on the right. Now I say that, and now watch me fuck it up again. Respond to staring at the disgusting face of yours. It's one of these, I'm pretty sure. Prick. It begins. It begins. So it goes. Let's get them all. Yep. One of those is moving, right? Perfect. I knew it. Come on, scarecrows. Yeah, we're going through the motions. I'm gonna choose the wrong one again this time. It's gotta be one of these. I'm pretty sure it's on the right. Are you serious? Come on. I hate these goddamn things. I'm having flashbacks, man. Jesus Christ, man. It's happening again. Where's your fucking... There it is. Luckily, it'll only take me like maybe an hour to get back here, so... Maybe next time I'll actually remember which one it is. It's not that one. It's that one. There we go. Okay. This evening, the lifeless body of Shimizu Hinako was found in a crop field waterway after she presumably drowned to death. Wait, that's not right. It is suspected she panicked after losing her way and began running around in the dark. This is likely when she stumbled and fell into the waterway. The name of the actual child, who tragically died, has been replaced with cutout letters of my name. What a disgusting prank. Oh, I see. Okay. Okay. This is the end of that puzzle. End of that area. And that was not a new, cutscene. It didn't mark it down. So we can get Rinko. Okay, this is a new cutscene marked. It seems like the primary difference is dialogue changes in New Game Plus.
Rinko! 俺だ! シュウだ! いるなら返事してくれ!
来てくれたんだ。ひなこも無事でよかった。
怪我はないか? 家族は?
私は大丈夫。でも誰もいないの。足の悪いおばあちゃんまでいないなんて、こんなの絶対に変。誰もいないし、気味の悪い怪物がうるつき回ってるし、何が何だかわからないよ。
Oops, didn't want to skip. There we go. And of course, this is also the scene where Rinko pushes Hinako down the stairs. Oh, I'm sorry. She tripped down the stairs. How clumsy. Clumsy Hinako.
あんないい子がどうして。
これ以上ここに留まるのは危険だ。町を出た方がいい。
町を出るって、お父さんやお母さんは、みんなは。助けを呼ぶためにも、今は行動を急いだ方がいいかもしれない。
みんなを見捨てるわけじゃない。助けるためにも一度脱出する必要があるんだ。
でも町を出るって言ってもあれじゃ無理だよ。
無理ってどういう意味だ？
そっちの窓から鉄橋が見えるよ。霧が濃くなければ。
嘘だろ。
鉄橋が。どうしよう。
東の鉄橋がダメなら西の県道を
You
目
know,
指そう。
the gap that bridge is going over doesn't look all that big.
裏山を抜けるのか？あの山越えられるの？
Maybe with a nice
遊び台
running
の道
start.
がある。うち
to
だ
make
けの
that jump.
抜け道だ。
Sorry.
リンコ、 念のため薬や絆創膏を持っていきたい。
台所に救急箱あるよ。取ってくるね。
あ、私も一緒に行こう。手伝う。
相棒が一緒なら安心だ。
You're just about to say it. Yeah, it doesn't look like that big of a gap, right? It's like a dinky little wooden bridge. Running start, and you clear that easy. Well, not easy, but you
台
know,
所どこだっけ？
you're not like trapped here forever. Okay, this is where she fucking... Is it a fucking stink eye? Beware Rinko. And I'm pretty sure Rinko pushed her down the stairs. Just a little whoops. Okay, this one's not marked as new, so I'm gonna skip it.
私一体
So after this area, I should be able to,
いた。
I should be able to finish the UFO ending.
少し待っててくれてもいいのに。
This is, of course, where we get the Naginata. But I'm probably not going to need it this run. Box mess helmet. This building new. Mandate of the clan. Drain from the sacrifice her blood, sparing not a drop, and add unto it wine that has been distilled 8 times over. Spare her body of its earthly viscera, and fill it instead with rice that has been mixed with the master's saliva, before sealing it shut with needle and thread. In the dark shall the vessel rest undisturbed until the redolent odor of wine rises from her skin. Adorn her in fine garments, befitting a bride, then set her afloat on a raft of straw, so her blood wine may seep into the water's surface. Do this, and into the depths she shall sink, quelling the wrath that waits below. Okay, this is new. This little building here is new. Oh, excellent. More inventory. Okay. That is a hand. I don't need the help. Thanks. Perspective on Hiragami. It is the core tenet of Shintoism that each land throughout all Japan is protected by its own deities. From this, people pray to the gods so that they and their lands might be blessed. In turn, their belief strengthens the gods and gives them the ability to better protect the land in a beneficial cycle of reciprocation. Thus, the bond between humans and gods is vital to the prosperity of both. If the underlying strength of this bond can indeed be explained through mortal blood, then the reason for the gods joining themselves in sacred matrimony to mortals who call their land home becomes evident. Perhaps it is through the addition of their blood that the bond between mortal and god is strengthened. Everyone could use a helping hand. Oh god, if this is true, then I should think that frequently uploading such forms of unification would be best for all involved. However, in practice, marital bonds between mortal and deity are vanishingly rare. It is a mystery why this is so. Or perhaps I find the greater mystery to be, why was I chosen? Let's give him a hand. Okay, yeah, I couldn't go in this building before. But now I have the fox brooch from the previous run. Okay, that needs a key. Naginata's up here. You're gonna interact with no boardroom key that opens another door. Everything is sell? Nah. And no faith for upgrades. Now, getting the Naginata spawns the monsters, I'm pretty sure, too, so... I'll do that last. This is the storage room. Okay. Believe the fox's words, stay in the western room. No item? Nothing. Okay, this door is now open. And then we have the Hinako paintings. It's kind of cool how they make multiple runs where the new unlocks and stuff. Also, if you want to experience everything, you have to. Yeah. I like, when it comes to a game like this, I really like that kind of stuff because it's really fitting for the setting and the themes of Silent Hill. Okay, this opens the Naginata door. Is he before? Don't trust him. And they also make it worth it. Like, the new documents are really cool. New puzzles, new areas you can get into. And like for me, it's easy enough to kind of speed run this shit once you go through it once. So it's not like the first playthrough took me what? Oh, it's gonna fucking. It's gonna kill us again. The first playthrough took me 15-ish hours. There we go. But I don't expect subsequent playthroughs to take anywhere near as long. Okay, this is not new. It's where you get the Naginata and a fight breaks out. Nope. Okay. Now you're the Naginata. Now we can continue. Tattered paper. The inscription on the polearm reads Omino Kami Munemasa, also known as Inadama. Inadama is another word for Inazuma, meaning lightning. This likely refers to the unique pattern of the blade's steel. Many alternative theories exist about the origin of the name Inadama. One such theory suggests an man who commissioned the blade and gifted it to O Ina, who was to be his Zuma, meaning wife, upon their wedding. Another theory states that due to Inazuma, also meaning bountiful harvest, the name was meant to represent the family's wish for continued prosperity for generations to come. In a game like this, because I played this other horror game called Chronos, which involved a time loop. The only thing that changed was the ending. That's literally the only thing that changes is the end, like, literal 3 minutes of the game, the ending cutscene. And I just looked up the ending on YouTube. I wasn't going to play through that game again. But this makes it actually fun to play through it again and again. I don't know what the point of this mechanic is. Maybe to get you stuff that you might have missed. Where I can save. Okay, so I have to go to the other side and finish the puzzle. Oh god, is this the door puzzle? I think it might be, okay. Okay, we're just gonna try and go fast. I already missed my big hairy arm. Not that we'll see it this run through. Just a dried carcass, okay. Divine water, I don't want that. Okay, we gotta go left here. Stupid answers. Gotcha. Nice. Okay, so this building. Okay, this is where I remember this. This is the library. This is where all the huge. There's like a lot of documents in here, or there was the first time. I wonder if there's anything new.
こんなところに
There's a bunch of documents foreshadowing the nature of the characters, their bloodlines, and what their families were known to do. Doesn't look like there's new documents. Okay, it looks like it was just the initial run through. There's spring gushing from the moon, deep within Shimizu's family. Alright, they talk about Nako's family, her bloodline.
うちのこと
Okay, it looks like there's no new documents in New Game Plus. Not here anyway. Which was held, Igarashi clan last descendants. Not enough, the honorable blood filled up, make it full, otherwise. Nothing, nothing. 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 Okay.
こっちこっちこっちだよひなこ
サクコサクコなの
This is not the Doors puzzles.
どこ
But admittedly, I should do better on the Doors puzzle in the next playthrough, because I'm a lot better at combat now. Okay, and no documents. Nothing. 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 Okay. Nothing. Nothing. Still nothing. Right, carcass is money. I don't need the toolkit here. Chocolate. Chocolate. Replace that. Oh, I don't want those. Just in case, because I don't think it matters if you take capsules for the UFO ending, but just in case I fuck up getting the ending, I'm not going to take any capsules so I can continue with another ending. No new doors, anything like that, so... Is that Kutsu? It's Kutsu. Uh-oh. How nice of her, just let me walk by. Uh-oh. Can never be the simple way, you always gotta go around this shit. There you go. Oh no, 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 no. Not dealing with that. Yokon, not super interested in that. I can sell. Lots of faith. Okay, I might save for an Omamori slot because I have a shit ton of stamina and HP. Mine water.
こっちに来て早く早く
Sakko?
Okay, a fight breaks out
そっちにいるの?
here. Remember this. There we go.
サクコ
Equip my... I don't have any Kutsu. Oh well. Maybe equip my horse gem. Gem? My horse Omamori. Trinket. Alright, stone orb. This goes to the statue. This is not a new cutscene. Okay, so up and around.
逃げなきゃ
Horse statue is definitely coming in handy here. Or horse trinket, rather. Sakuko wasn't too difficult of a fight. The first time out, would fucking scream. Okay, we're almost there.
ごめんごめんね
一人は嫌だよ寂しいよ
Okay, and this is not new. Skip it. Okay, this is the boss fight, I think. So, placed horse with the hawk, I think, maybe. Yeah, we'll go with hawk. First aid, divine water, some stuff for the fight. Bandage, first aid. Bandage. Actually, I could just use one of these. Okay, we'll save. Okay, so yeah, this is a Sakuko fight. Stamina, focus charge. Removing his sanity, so I have that equipped. It was divine water. Okay. That will throw me off as if the boss fight changes. If we saw two different. Okay, cutscene's the same. Let's get it on.
サクコどうして裏切り者何なの
Okay, so she doesn't teleport bullshit.
お願いだからやめて私を置いてかないで許してあげるから帰ってきて
Give her a little 360. Little 360 no scope there. I don't have enough focus. I think I can just hit her. Yeah, okay.
お願い
I would fucking whiff that. Oh, excellent.
一緒に帰ろうよ
Give me a bitch.
いい加減にしろお前はサッコじゃない裏切り者
The chimes, the chimes. There we go. Okay. Okay, this is a new cutscene, it says. I'm assuming dialogue change again. That's still sick as fuck. That move right there is so fucking cool. Wonder where that god shit was. Much easier second time around.
今のは
君についてきた汚れだろ もう失せた。安心していい。属性に生きる以上、汚れがつくことは仕方がない。払えばいいだけのことだ。行こう。
Fox and Bunny. Okay, is this the lava scene? After this, I should wake up back in the town, and then I think I can get the ending there.
この先は神聖な領
And
域
then
だ。
start over.
私も君も汚れは持ち込めない。ここで汚れを落とす。
Okay, this is the lava scene. I think his dialogue change was the impurities thing, but I don't remember for sure. I think in the original run he says that they're spirits.
Sa, 君も。
はい。
大丈夫。ただの水だよ。
Oh no, it was a trick. Not like this. Oh, justify this mess. I'm wondering if there's more explanation on the doll. The little doll. Whoa. Okay, this is new. It doesn't show you this before. So is she like remembering the previous playthrough? Right, the arm and the mask, yeah. Because it didn't show you that before. It didn't show you that in the original, or the first playthrough. Interesting, interesting. Okay, it says this one is not a new one, so.
あんた階段から落ちた。
Got other things. Okay, so I need to go back to town. Oh, continue as normal. This would be town 3. Definitely gonna save. so. This way is cleared. Okay, yeah, now I'm not trapped here. I think I flubbed it. Well, I didn't flub it, but like,
大丈夫か相棒
is this
化け
new?
物につけられてないか
Yeah, this is not, this is the same. I could have actually gotten the ending earlier if I didn't drop down to fight the big boy behind the house. Mason that sleeves clear, but a foreshadowing for when she gets the fox life. That is true, yeah. Even more so when it shows you, shows you the arm earlier than it's supposed to with that cutscene we just saw. Okay. Now there's one. I have to go down to the canals first. Then I have to double back and head to the middle of the town. I already did this house. There was new documents in here.
相棒
Okay, this is
妙なバ
not new. Let's go ahead and save. Just in case. You get fucking annihilated by something. Okay. So the next poster is down here somewhere. There's a lot of monsters now. Do I still have my horse charm on? I have Hawk. Ah, and I can't equip it. Oh well. If I exit combat, I can. Nope. Horse just means I don't have to stop nearly as much. There we go. Okay, so horse. Okay. Down. I think I hit a dead end. Which is fine, because I can try to remember this. There we go. Okay, this isn't new. But they show all the bullshit in front of the store, so I can just keep going. It's here, right? Yes, okay. I hope it's here. Oh, maybe not. Well, at least I got a toolkit for my troubles. Damn, another dead end. Look further down the road. I could have swore it was this hallway. Ooh. Come on, Silent Hill. Play nice. Here we go. Okay, save. The real engine wants to chug a little bit. Okay, here we go. I believe there's a note here. There was a note here that talked about the scarecrows. Is there a new note? No, there's not. Okay. Okay, there is a poster here somewhere. Ow. Poster? Nothing. Okay. Oh, I can actually drink one of these. That'll help my stamina a bit. Okay, is the poster here? No. I think it might be deeper in.
あっち行け
No, not here. Go across to the other side. Right first. Save spot, but... Oh, here it is. Number 2. The Great Space Invasion 2. Inconceivable. Is there a secret invasion of body-snatching aliens? They may already be among your loved ones. Among them? Oh, they're really small. What the fuck? Okay, that's 2. Now 3 is back here somewhere. Oh boy. Okay. I'm curious if you get a secret weapon for this. Like I was saying before, the love beam in 3 was really strong. 2 had a chainsaw, but I don't think you had to do this, the goofy ending, the silly ending in 2 to get the chainsaw. I think the game just gave it to you for New Game Plus. And I think Silent Hill 1, you got like a laser gun, like a little alien gun. Go ahead and save just in case. Now it's important that you find these in order. If you read them in the wrong order, I'm pretty sure you cannot get the ending. Oh god. Okay. I don't know if it's beyond these guys or not. Excuse me, guys. Pardon me. Let me check something. Nada. Oh! I got it. Okay, I understand. Thank you. Bye-bye. Yummers. Okay. It might be back here. I wasn't really looking because I didn't want to get out an accident. But now I can. Oh, she. Where are you? Chocolates. Is this it? Yes, okay. The Great Space Invasion 3. The mothership has dispatched countless miniature UFOs. These tiny round discs attach themselves to innocent folks' heads and brainwash them to take over their body. Have you noticed any strange objects in the back of your loved ones' heads? You're so cute. They're all updated. Since this was the inspiration of Space Wars, I was thinking that it'd be an exciting story. Apparently, that only applies to the last scene, with the rest of it just being a sci-fi horror movie. Shu didn't like that when he was younger, and so it was his dream to fight back with his very own space army. That's one of the things I like about Shu. He doesn't let reality hold him back. Okay. Now, there's an item I have to grab. Oh, come on. You're not gonna chase me, huh? Okay, we're just gonna ride past. Let's see, where is it? Where is it? There's an item here. I think it's over here somewhere. Oh, I hear it. Aha! Movie review of the Great Space Invasion. Although this work features UFOs, and humans are being controlled by aliens. The aliens themselves never make an appearance on screen. Instead, this film illuminates the corrosive power of suspicion. Sometimes, trying to distinguish one's fellow man as friend or foe can be the real horror. In one particularly chilling scene, local residents of the town where the UFO was sighted are mistakenly targeted as body-snatching aliens. The accusing humans scream and jeer as they send their own kind to a detention center. What's worse, anyone who dares speak against the group is seen as one of them and is locked up as well. One can only ask oneself, is coerced solidarity among humans really solidarity at all? At the end of the movie, the number of people killed during this alien invasion is shown. Interestingly, far more humans were killed by their fellow man than attacks from UFOs. Perhaps the aliens left Earth at the end not because they lost, but because they believed that humankind was not worth taking over. The Great Space Invasion is a movie that provides somewhat interesting social commentary to its audience, but anyone looking forward to a fun action romp will be sorely disappointed. Aha! And there you go. The UFO ending. It's drawn like a manga? The old ones were drawn in like a comic book style. It's not really in town.
やはりこれは奴らの仕業かもしれない。
奴ら？
そう、宇宙人だよ。奴らは地球をずっと狙っている。そして隙あらば人間をさらい入れ替わっているんだ。凛子だって俺だってひな子だってひょっとしたら本人のふりをしている宇宙人かもしれない。
私は宇宙人じゃない。
見破る方法はあるのか？
あるよ。
Oh, the Sakugo.
あんた死んだはずじゃん。
I think
そいつにやられて。この子は私が作った対宇宙
ロボコ
人専用人型サーチ&デストロイロボのロボコちゃん。
Oh god.
この子は人間に化けた宇宙人を見つけて
Aliens
自動で
masquerade
駆除
students
してくれ
automatically
るの。
eliminate them.
バッテリー切れね。
じゃあそいつに殺されたあの咲子は宇宙人？
私そいつに追いかけ回されたんだけど。
ひなこに宇宙人の匂いがついてたみたい。ひなこが宇宙人かもしれないし、ひなこの身近な友人が宇宙人かもしれない。あいつらは記憶までコピーする。でも完璧じゃないの。ひなこ、何か自分しか知らない秘密を話して。
リンコはシュウの髪の毛を集めて自分の枕に入れてたことがある。
こういうのをまじないで夢くらい見たっていいでしょ。次、リンコ。ひなこは林間学校でパンツを脱衣所に忘れて名乗り出られなかったことがある。リンコ、地獄の炎で焼かれろ。
このパンツは誰のだって先生が呼びかけるけどさ、あれ名乗り出られるわけないよな。
昭和ってプライバシーなかったからね。
リンコは体育を休んだ時にシュウの脱いだ服を。
ひなこはシュウと喧嘩した次の日にシュウのリコーダーに。
俺宇宙人より女子の方が怖えよ。
I'm scared of
それまで
girls and aliens.
お互いの記憶に間違いはないようだね。じゃあ次は私たちだね。シュウは青年誌のグラビアページをスクラップしてて本棚の裏に隠してる。水着ポスターにクラスの女子の顔写真を貼り付けたことがある。
待て、わかった。じゃあ今度は俺の番だ。サクコがブラをつき始めたのは小6の新学期から。ひなことリンコは小5の夏休み明けだ。
How did Shu know that? Oh. And he's paying the price.
宇宙人ではなかったけれど、
女の敵はあぶり出せたよ。
We did find an enemy to all women. Or Shu.
ひなこや、お家に帰るよ。
Oh no.
宇宙人は
Not again.
大丈夫？
町内会の人たちがみんなやっつけてくれたぞ。
じゃあねー。
また明日。
今夜はね、ひなこの大好きなハンバーグだよ。
Hamburg steak.
それお姉ちゃんの好物だってば。
The dog! That was cute. Right, they had fun recording this, yeah. Especially after all those performances. And Aqua's especially at the end of the... Towards the end of the oh yeah, the music. And Aqua's actress towards the end of the game in the initial run-through is really, really good. She did it really... She put a lot into it. Who drew this? I'll look it up after stream. I always go, oh, I recognize that voice. And then I look it up on like behind the voice actors, and I have no idea who that person is every single time. Okay, I want to do something after the credits. Art team, but it doesn't say if they got like a specific artist to draw the descending. I'll look that up later. Cinematic team. I like the dog in the UFO. I think it was the original Silent Hill. The joke ending was you went to a lighthouse, and there was a dog inside at the top, and he was sitting in front of like a bunch of computers, and he was just hitting buttons. And the buttons would control like monsters, it would make them spawn and shit like that. The dog was the game master, I guess. And then some aliens came and took him away. Anything else? No, okay. I think that's, yeah, okay. Hold the skip. Nice. So I'm gonna save down the second one. Game plus game. So this will count as one of the two needed for the true ending, if I recall correctly. Bad dog, yeah. The Great Space Invasion. Okay, so that's been done. So I can start again. Still no capsules. So that's... Oh, I guess that doesn't count for this. Okay. Right. Always Pink Rabbit. Okay, so it hasn't changed yet. I think maybe because it was the joke ending, it's not going to change anything. She talks about marriage here. Yeah, okay, it's not changed. Oh, it says in the corner too. Great. Okay. So I can just essentially just run through shit now. I'm going to check there's a Jesus statue here. Now, I'm curious if there's a joke weapon.
拝んでおこう。
I'm safe here.
神様、私はどうしたら。
The main difference was this house in the first New Game Plus. There's a miniature treasure hunt here. It's laughing. Just to go in here. Balcony key, here we go. Okay, so this puzzle is still here. Not that there's much to the puzzle. The correct box is downstairs, so I can just run past all this. Stall appears. It's either in here or it's on the shelf. No. Did I miss it? Chocolate. Okay, that's the treasure. Okay, nothing new in here then. Just the puzzle.
人気がないな。千鶴屋なら。
Jesus statues here, and I think I have to offer something to all of them. This might. Oh no, the statue's right there. Okay, if it's already got something offered to it, then I suppose I suppose that's that. Now, yeah, okay, so I keep all of this. This is already done. It's perfect. That means I can just continue. I even kept the flask, which is for this another Jesus statue, which I couldn't find. I think it's... Shit, I should check my map. The last playthrough. Oh well. Skip this.
他の道を探そう。この先に抜け道があった。
Okay, this is the chase sequence.
本当に羨ましいわ。まさかあの子がね。それに妬ましいわね。どうしてあの子なのよ。ねえ。噂をすればなんと。
Okay, skip this. Chase sequence begin. Oh, not yet. That's right, we meet Sakugo first.
破られてる。
Okay, nothing new. And I'm not in a desperate need for items. Okay, this is the chase sequence. This is where Sakugo dies. Okay, that's not new. 2 steps towards a monster, I hope that's not gonna get me killed. Okay. I actually did get killed here in the last playthrough. I don't quite remember why. Oh, I think it was the flowers, sorry. Okay, go this way first and then double back. Oh, that's why I died, because I didn't turn there. I ran back and got stuck. Hey, now I know better. Okay. Did I fuck up? I almost did. Okay. And then Junko goes the ladder down. Come on, Junko. Okay. This is where it's easy to fuck up. Have this. Here are we. So you can't take any red pills. I'm gonna throw these away. Again. Now we're armed, so there's a...
急いで咲子のとこに戻らないと。
item here. Oh, just pills. No joke item yet. I think so. What I'll do is I'll check the radio. And the... And the posters. I bet it might be something I have to actually pick up. Here we go. Now if only I could remember where the radio is. It's in here somewhere. It's in the canal somewhere. Okay, this is the first fight. Ah! Probably I would just run past that shit. Stupid dolls. Okay, the radio is like down here, I think, right? There's a shrine here. No, there's not, but... Oh, shit. No, I should be fine. I was just thinking, I don't want to get the radio on, or I don't want to get the UFO ending on accident. Well, I guess if I don't pick up the, as long as I don't pick up the UFO, it'll be fine. Yeah, it should be fine. Okay. Where is that stupid radio? No. My way. Come on. Wish there was like a turbo mode, a fast forward mode. I'm sure there's a mod for it somewhere. In fact, what I'll likely do, because I'm probably not gonna, yeah, I'm definitely not gonna make another ending tonight. I'm gonna look and see if there's like a fast forward mod, a turbo mod. Strange. We passed this house.
どなたか
Doll face mask. Okay. Pull that. Okay, this spawns the monster. Oh! But there's a key here. Okay. Enough out of you. Sneak past this thing. Okay. Fried carcass. Okay, so it's just money down here. Huge deal if you miss it. That's good. Upstairs. Around. Past this monster. It's a shame the items don't carry over. That'd be kind of busted though, I guess.
ここはまずいシュウたち無事だといいけど
There's fucking pills everywhere. There's an item here. I think the radio is actually back here. Ah, here we go. Comb carcass. The more money. Oh, excellent. Stamina. Stamina all day. Drop these. Is anything new? No. It looks like nothing has changed for documents or anything else like that, or cutscenes. So I think what I'm looking for now is the joke weapon that you get for doing the UFO ending. Which involves me just running past all this bullshit. Okay, so I think here? Yeah. Dead end. Collecting items, sweet toolkit. Looks nice. That exact fucking doll got me last time, and she still got me this time. Motherfucker. God damn it. I don't mean the attack, I mean like it's like a fucking jump scare. Son of a bitch. Renee.
Shoo!
recon. Let's grab items. Here we are. Okay, I can save here. This is not new. Combat tutorial. Easy enough. Coming back. I probably should have saved my money for the charm slot. There we go. Yes, she's very angry. Okay. Now, this part, I should be able to just essentially speedrun. Because I wrote down the answer to the previous... right, it's the whatever's on here. No, that was correct. Here. Here. That's some leaves. This is the flower. And this is this one. Bonsai. Go. Okay. And the game wants to be fucking weird here. Some of these fog effects that like fucks up the engine, and I don't know what it is. It's fine. Okay, this is not new. Come on, game. There we go. I might not even need my note for this upcoming puzzle because I literally just did it when I started the stream. It's the 2 slashes, and the cross, and then the square. Hopefully those symbols aren't randomized, so I can just unlock it instantly. And that will skip the entirety of this this section of the spirit realm. This is where you get the knife. I can. Okay, skip. Now we go over to this door, and I have the combination in my head, in my noodle. And from there, we can get the to the first poster and see if something's special waiting for us. I hope there is. It'd be a shame if they went through all that effort and didn't keep the tradition of a joke weapon going. Go and save real fast. Okay, cross, and there. Ah, so it still works. Excellent. Well, that's not randomized. That skips the entirety of this sequence. Grab this, and we have a chase. Stupid golems. Oh! He's spanking my butt. They're all spanking my butt. Oh, you can actually break through that with dodge. Cool. Okay. And in record time, Spirit Realm 1 is complete. Okay. This is not new. Okay. Now we can head east. We'll just go ahead and follow Shu. I can't fucking save that one. Ah, right. You have to go north here. Shit. Okay. You still can save. Speedrunning time splits. Oh, that might actually be a good idea, yeah. I used to tend to flub speedruns though. Really bad. Okay. Maybe for the subsequent playthrough I'll get one set up, but okay, this is not new. Okay, so the first poster's over here. There's no new documents. Ah, the Jesus statue though. Okay, I'm gonna run back for that after I investigate this house. Shit, I already went the wrong way. Okay, I see. This way, this way. Oh, skills. Skills that kills. Okay, I think it's here. Aw, shit. Is that a lightsaber? PP-8001. A prototype melee weapon for the Space Army. Its effective range changes to match the wielder's experience in the battlefield. The flashing plasma blade makes it popular and the epitome of cool. Excellent. The plasma blade may be short, but future models will surely improve its range, popular with all the kids. This flashing saber is the epitome of cool. Even if the saber loses durability, it will not break. However, the lower its durability, the shorter the blade becomes. Oh, okay, so it's like an infinite weapon. It is said that in the hands of a brave, battle-hardened warrior, the weapon's durability and blade length increases the more close brushes with death the wielder has. Special attack. If you're using a focus attack, your attacks will deal more damage for a short period of time, but at the cost of depleting weapon's durability faster. If you use a second focus attack in that time, you unleash a sound wave that repels alien life forms. Sweet. Oh, it has like a dedicated slot. Okay, so I want to protect its durability. Da-da! Da-da! Look how small it is! Excellent. Hinako. Master Hinako. We do not grant her the title of Jedi Master yet. I like how its handles like a katana handle too. Okay, I think there's a Jesus statue here that I missed. And I can get it right now. Maybe over here? Or is it up the path? Maybe up the path. Oops. Oh, it has like a knife attack moveset.
よく言ったな。
I guess there isn't a Jesus statue up here. I still have the flask, which is the main thing. The main reason to come up here early. It's right there. Take home for more money. And you can see Sakuko dancing in her shrine here. Her demon form. Blah. And then there's a cutscene with Shu. We're coming up here earlier. Earlier than you're supposed to. Which I got my last playthrough. Yeah, here he is. I could have swore there was a Jesus statue here.
そっちじゃないぜ。
ごめん。ぼんやりしてた。
ここ、サクコの家の神社だよな。
うん。
あんまり思い詰めるな。急いでリンコを探そう。
そうだな。行こう。
Where is this statue? There's a chance I might not be able to get it just yet because of I might have to do the scarecrow puzzle first to get it to show up. Is it here? Aha, here we go. Rusted flask. Sacred sword. I found a damaged Ojizo-san in the mountains. The character from Mitsu, water, can be faintly seen etched into the stone base. I wonder what will happen if I offer something that relates to that character. Is this Sakuro's family shrine? My ears were met with the soothing chime of bells upon offering the item. This should do. Okay, so that's 2. Thy restless heart betrays thee as unfit for this auspicious day. I must first pay respect to the... Oh, this is for the other puzzle. Right, and this is in regards to the sacred sword. Okay. So I can't continue that way, so... Back this way. Now the good news is that the Jesus statues carry between playthroughs. Because I actually missed the second statue when doing a UFO ending, but the first statue was already completed. Ah, shit. Really? Stupid lightsaber. No items. Motherfucker, I got stabbed by her last time too. Alright.
ひなこかこの気持ち悪いのには
Grab all these items, supplies.
毒があるかもしれない右の庭から回ってこっちに来い
わかった。
Don't care much about that because I have a god weapon now. There we go. Toolkits are gonna be the main thing. Just in case. I don't want to fuck this up. I'm gonna get rid of this. Eating even one of those pills like ruins the entire run.
ひなこどうした
でかい化け物が出た。
You son of a bitch.
何そっちまで行けないんだ逃げ込め俺は窓をこじ開ける
The power up zone. Love it. Oh, it still bounces off the fucking knife. Okay, you're stuck. I only need to down him once. And that's more than enough time to get this up.
まだだ。
Well, that on the last
戻さ
one.
ないと。
The first time I did this, I had downed him like 3 times before I figured out what I had to do. There we go. One more. Must be alien. Yeah, it is. It's like a lightsaber katana. It's supposed to get longer though. It says like you close brushes with death or something. I don't quite know what that means. Either that means I have to like almost die a bunch of times,
蔵の窓だ
or it's gonna get longer as the story continues.
大丈夫か
Go. Rinko's house. Oh no, it's the Scarecrow puzzle next, right? It's strong though. This thing is strong as fuck. That's what I tell all the women. What, that it gets longer or that it's strong as fuck? It's all a lie. It's not the size of the lightsaber, man. It's how you use it. Gotta get rid of this. Okay, so if I remember right, I think it's this one. I didn't remember right, but I'm pretty sure it's this one. It's supposed to get longer. You have to understand, miss. It was cold out. I was just in the pool. You gotta consider the shrinkage. Is this thing gonna fucking follow me all the way? I think I ran past where I was supposed to go. It'll reset me.
どうしてまたここに
I went this way. It's always cold in my room. Those fucking scarecrows following me. Okay, this one is deceived. It's the one with the knife in her back. Which is this one. Okay. This way. This one is this one. I remember this one. So it's basically all the documents are gonna stay this. There's not gonna be any new documents until after where I got it initially, which is heading towards the school. It's this way. This is the one I fucked up before. Yep. We're gonna do it again. Speed run. Speed run. There we go. How nice of them to just sit there and watch. That is an ass. Nice. Okay. Excuse me. It's gonna run past you there. Oh lord, they coming. You had him. Nice. Okay. This is the one I kept fucking up. And I'm gonna fuck it up again. It's one of these two, right? It's this one. I got it right on the first time. Nice. Okay.
Oi! Hinako!
あれ
Okay. Skip. Skip. Unfortunately, I can't have the lightsaber here, but that's fine. Who needs it? I got a knife.
いたもう少し待っててくれてもいいのに
So I can actually get this far in what, half an hour? I'm not keeping track or anything like that, but I don't recall. Was there a new item in here? And I can open this door now because I have the brooch. Gosh, she's always good. You find the hand in there. Okay, so I have to go up, get the key, come back, go in there, turn around, other door, and then back here to get the Naginata. It's here, right? There it is. Okay, storage room key. Into the storage room itself. Okay. And okay, found the doll. That triggers the other door opening.
あそこ開いてたっけ
Okay, sculpture's got new message, and the dolls start spawning here if I remember right. Yep. Too slow, bitch. I went the wrong way. Next door up. Is it not? No, I went the right way. Okay. I just went to, I'm not supposed to go under there. I'm supposed to go this way. There we go. There we go. Okay. Naginata.
来るな
Yeah, we can kill this. I could just run past it, but fuck it. Okay, where's the exit? Here it is. Okay.
これ大事なものだと思うけど。すいません。お借りします。
I don't think I have to interact with.
やっと
Oh, maybe I
着い
do.
た。
Okay. Secret door.
ダメだ。
Okay.
開かない。
This.
きなここっちだよ
This reminds me of I wanted to get there was a time where I wanted to get into Resident Evil 2 the remake Resident Evil 2's speed run. But then I got lazy. I would always just end up goofing off and doing something else in the middle of the run. Because you get like those like cheat guns. From the in-game shop on the main menu. I just run around with infinite ammo and shit, shooting random shit instead of doing the speed run. I had fun in to no one's surprise, Fort Survivor game mode though. You play as Hunk. I like doing that for a speed run because it's nice and short. I don't remember how fast I got it down to though.
こっちだよきなこ
サクコ？サクコなの？どこ？
Okay, no new items here. Interestingly enough, that doll literally despawns, so oh, she actually teleports. I see. Okay, I'm supposed to take like I think I'm supposed to actually go this way. Not open. It's not. Okay. Open on the way back. Motherfucker.
早く早く
I already fucked this up. And I think if you bug the game, if you glitch the game, I'm pretty sure I saw you can actually beat this game in half an hour. I think it's what I saw. Hayaku.
サクコ？そっちにいるの？サクコ？
Okay, this causes the chase sequence. I should have quit my horse charm, whatever. Move past here. Break that with a dodge. I think I can dodge through this. Yeah, okay, nice. Part of the speedrun strats. Alright.
私を一人ぼっちにして裏切るわね
ごめんね。
一人は嫌だ
Get stamina back first. There we go. Okay. Next Sakuko fight. I'm moving a lot faster this third time around. I did the second time. Well, the second time I was also looking for documents, so. Okay, we'll save here. And give Sakuko her proper ending. Pardon me while I crack my neck. A little stiff after gym.
サクコ？どうして？ して戦わなくちゃいけないの？
ここはね、ひな子が来る場所じゃない。
She's a bit of a joke. Once you know how she works, this boss is actually really true. Come on, Slugger, go down. Go down. Oh, I fucked that up. After I talk shit about her being a joke. There we go. Okay, one more should do it. Nice. Alright. Simple as, of course. Okay, back awake in the real world. And lightsaber time again. Nice. See if there's anything I can grab here. Not really much to grab. But that's fine. Okay, so there are 5 Jesus statues. Next one is going to be towards this school. This will be statue number 3. What time is it? I might be able to finish this school. Thing to really... Okay. Nice. Okay. This cutscene always lags for some reason. I'll never understand it. I think it has something to do with the fog and lighting. I always start chugging my game while they're fighting this shit. Here should be a straight run to the school. There's nothing new in the doctor's house. Which should be this house right here. Because I already cleared it, so we can just continue. Yada yada. Okay, so... just go this way. Nah, it's blocked up, of course. Okay. We do have to run this way and go around. Oh, my saber's actually almost broken. I wonder if there's a repair kit here. I'd like to stack repair kits if I can for this lightsaber. XOT. Nothing. Okay. You are supposed to go this way. Remember that. Spoke too soon. I guess just go that way. So it's right here. Okay. And there's Shu. Nice. yada. Okay. Now I have to go this way. Now the way the truck at the rice field should be cleared. Nothing that way, and now we're back where we were earlier. We're finishing the UFO ending. Luckily here we can just run past everything. Ow. I hate those quick attacks. Enemies in this game have a shit ton of stagger. You can have Watson, and Aqua just stands there useless for a few seconds. Did I... Oh, this is weird.
今何かが飛んでったぞ。
シュウ君、一緒に逃げよう。
Shu-kun. Pills? No. Not interested in that. Did I go the wrong way? I did?
Hinako, こっち!
Ah, there we go. There would be a golem there, okay. Now, this part here I can start kind of scanning stuff again because there may be new, That dog. Man, this thing kicks ass. There we go. Okay, so that house is the way forward, I remember that, but... this is all gonna be new now. The comb for money. Okay, there's a tonsil downstairs, I remember that. It's a tea. What's the chocolate? No, I replaced the Arari. No. Nothing new. Nay, no. Bandage, always good. That's Junko on the radio.
Sakuko.
Oh no, it's Sakugo, okay. Of course. I know better than fighting doorways. Been fucked by that too many times. Kitchen knife, no. Chocolate, okay. Downstairs, there's a tonsil down here. Higashi, is there anything down here? Ah, okay. Power up. See the other one. Oh, damn. Nice. items. Okay. That's just a fight you have to do. Okay. So I want to go this way first.
ひなこをほっといて
An item here? Nah. Just enemies.
もう手遅れなのどうしようもない
This little conversation they have here hits different once you know that there's something wrong with Nako. Okay, that's the way you have to go. It's this way. Okay, so the Diaries of Revenge I'd like to collect. I'm wondering if this is where the chase sequence is. Emma, nice. Okay, so this is coming back here. The main bottleneck now is faith. Luckily later in the game you get a shit ton of faith. You know, I just realized there's no... It must be because I'm playing on story mode, but there's no option to restore your sanity at the save stations anymore. Interesting. Nothing new. But these boxes are new, because you couldn't open them before. Like home ones. Go ahead and sell it. $666 faith. I feel like I've hit that number twice now. I don't know if that's significant or not. Here we go. Okay, this is not new. Can skip. I appreciate the game letting you know when a cutscene is new as well, or if it's been changed. Okay. I don't know how much this hallway or alleyway you can actually search, but I will search just in case there's new pages to be found. Diary of Revenge especially. Might not be though, because all this does is leap back. Yeah, okay. Yeah. Figures. Research Journal Photo 3. A photo attached to Research Journal appears to be a clue collected by research investigating the folklore of Bisugaka. Ah, this must show where the Jizo statue is. Regarding the legend of the Sacred Sword, there were a number of damaged Jizo statues in the halls of the Divine Tree. I saw old and broken tools laid in front of the statues, most likely so that they could be put to rest. The Sacred Sword came far before the Inari faith. As such, Jizo statues are more likely than Inari statues to be used as anchors for sealing the sword. It seems I'll need to look into beliefs that are older than the Inari faith to find the Sacred Sword. Okay, that's my next clue. Here. I wonder if this researcher has anything that is going to show up in the story at all. It seems right now, the main thing that changes are new documents. Ah, that didn't count, huh? Bad dog. These are fucking annoying, so I'm gonna try and kill these. At least. At the very least. No way. Just fucking... Go. One more. No new items, no new items. This guy's not gonna scream, nothing. New items. Nothing. Yeah, I'd like to save. There we go. Okay, there's a Jesus statue somewhere. Chocolate. Emma, nice. There's a lot of small areas too that are explorable now too. Like that little area I just hit with that Emma. I don't think that was there in the original, like the first run through. Go left first. Always left. Is this it? Yes. The character etched into the stone base is indecipherable. Oh. A bridge? Broken bridge. What is that, sausage? Sacred sword. Uh-huh. Okay, I know where that bridge is. Or rather, I remember that bridge. I kind of think it's on the other side of school, but I don't quite remember. Or is it this bridge up here? At the very least, with the Jesus statues, what you need, it is this bridge right here. Okay. It's on the other side here. The Jesus statue, the objects you need are not far from the statues themselves, which is also nice, so... Minimizing the backtracking. It's not like you need something on the other side of the fucking map to complete a Jesus statue. Items? No? One festival, Higashi, nice. Okay, this isn't new. But now, I should be able to get the statue, or whatever that thing was. It looked like I think it's sausages? Offer sausage? Here it is, right? Oh, there's sandals! Of course! Beautifully decorated Japanese-style slippers. Whoever wore them did so for a long time is now cracked beyond repair. I thought the straps, I thought those were like really raw sausages. Freshly made. Okay, we'll bring this back. My bad, my bad. Down. Down and right. It's here, right? Yeah, it is. Okay, perfect. Here's your sandals. Okay, so that's 3. Now, number 4, I don't think I can get till after the school and forest. This says near the divine tree. Okay. I might make it, I might not. Let's see. Let's see how it goes. Because I'm gonna end soon here, I think. Like about 20 minutes. Still, I made good time. Looks like it takes me about an hour to reach the school. Give or take. This is not new. Okay. This is also not new. Okay, so that's the exit. So here I'm going to scan for items and documents. Not a whole lot of fighting in here either, if I remember correctly. It's mostly puzzles. First floor, there's not much to this. I don't think that thing attacks me. Pipe. Future journal. No, that's not new. It just tells you that the keys are outside. Yep, okay. Not new. Free items here. Nada, okay. There's a safe spot here. Was it here, or was it? Aha. I don't quite understand why you hear the teacher, the vice principal, like scream, but you don't actually see him for a while. Or you don't see him at all. Isn't this window open? When oh, this is new. When Mr. Yoneda was 20 years old, he came across an injured fox. Being the good teacher he is, he attended to the fox's wounds, shared his food with it, and cared for it. One day, when the fox had fully recovered, it opens its mouth and spoke in human tongue. After expressing its appreciation to Mr. Yoneda, the fox then told him. Next page is torn out and on the ground. Huh. More mystery. More mysterious mysteries. Oh, this is where the save spot is. Okay. Now, I don't quite remember the passcodes to the school lockers. Red carcass. I can come back for it. Because I do want the money from this shit. Pick up the next page out the ground. Was there a page on the ground? Oh, 1 second. Oops. Yeah, brain's starting to get a little mushy. Oh, you made it back, Bristinger. Excellent. Good to see you again. While you were gone, I managed to get the UFO ending. And I speed run my way back to it. I was saying that to her. Okay. There's speedrunning through this game. I made it back to the school in about an hour-ish. Okay, is there one of these classrooms is a puzzle, I remember that. Might be on the second floor. Okay, I have to go outside, but now is the time to okay. Aoi, I think Aoi's locker was her name. Yep, 401. Okay. Origami of grievances. I happened to find out Suga's locker combination. The weird thing is when you convert the code, it looks like a cry for help. Okay, that's the SOS number. Is it this one? No. Is there no other lockers to interact with? I think I need to trigger the other... Yeah, I'm gonna have to trigger the upstairs stuff first before I can continue that. Okay, so you can't skip the school sequence, it looks like. I was wondering if you could skip the entirety of it if you knew the locker codes. Oh, maybe it was this room. You know, I don't remember these scarecrows being in this locker room. Maybe I can skip it. You son of a bitch. Now, let me open this. Okay. I don't think it's this one. I think it's this one. Suga? Yeah, Suga. Okay. Suga is SOS, so that's 505. 505. Shivel da Bugura. Okay, so this is more money. And money. Money is always good. What's this? I don't recall the other combinations, unfortunately. It was like 863 or some shit like that. 861, 863. Maybe 864. Yeah, okay. We'll continue as normal then. So that's it for the first floor. Teacher's key is outside. There isn't much stuff to get on the left side. I will sweep across just in case, but I don't expect to get much here. 8675309. It's one of those songs like just randomly comes to mind randomly. Okay, these scarecrow placements are new, and there was a big guy wandering around here before. But if they're not gonna chase me, I'll sweep for items. No new items. The key is in those flowers there. Nothing here. This is all just scarecrows. Key's over here. Go. Ah, there he is. I found him. Kso. Kso. Carcass. I'm gonna replace the chocolate. Or the sleep to play Digimon. Which Digimon? That Time Stranger Digimon game that came out was supposed to be like fucking phenomenal. I haven't played a Digimon game, a video game, since like literally PS1. What's this? Sledgehammer Fox. That number forever ruined by a song, yeah. Listen, it's so convenient though. You ever sign up for something and they ask you for a fucking phone number, but you don't want to give them your real phone number? You just use that number. It is Time Stranger? Okay, yeah. Is it good? Because that's all I've heard is that it's like the best. It's the one of the better games that came out this year. Last Digimon video game I played was Digimon World on PS1. And I used to fucking get pissed off because I couldn't understand at the time how young I was that if you let your Digimons like poop in the world, they turn into the Poopmon or whatever it's called. So every single Digimon I worked hard for would end up turning into that pile of shit Poopmon or whatever the fuck he's called. Made me so mad as a kid. 555, 555. That's a good one too. Nice and easy to remember. Heal and run it back. It's dialogue heavy, but it's good. You know what? The older I get, the more I appreciate some of the more dialogue heavy games, especially JRPGs. All right. Back inside. There we go. All right. I don't think these attack me. Not yet. I have to complete the upstairs first. Okay, sell these. Nice. Tons of faith. Excellent. Can I get... No, I need 1,000 more for the slot. Okay. I'm definitely gonna save for that. Time Stranger. Perhaps eventually I might actually look at getting that game. I wouldn't stream it, but I would definitely. It'd feel nice to try and get back into Digimon. Built-in fast forwards feature. That stuff right there. Because I'm a Trails fan, right? I like Trails in the Sky and shit like that. The turbo feature, the fast forward shit, is really nice and convenient for those kinds of games. Animations for the speed increase is impressive. Yeah, that stuff is... That kind of quality of life is really nice. Amari. Okay, so... I don't recall there being music. Holy shit. Okay. The ire of a musician. I need a key. Okay. Key. Book it. Asakura Ayumi. 479. T-comb. Let's replace the... Oh, replace the pills, of course. Great music anymore. Yeah. Guess they made a mistake and got very mad. Like, son of a bitch! Unlock this. There. Now both sides are unlocked. I don't think there's an item here. Where is there? Nope, nothing. Okay. Okay, this is a puzzle. Puzzle room.
Nani?
Okay, yeah, this is the same as it was before. It's the puzzle box here. Is there any items? Juice set here. No items, no items. Okay. Now, the first part is... the cake, right? Sweet and tart fruit cake. Okay, so... Oh, that's right. You can rotate this. Okay, no. I don't think that one. No. No, it's on this side then. Is it this? It is that one. Okay. Second part is the pages. It is the pages, isn't it? Pages of our hearts, Montaigne, one journal, blank page. Yeah, okay, it's the pages. Did one of these not count? I wonder. Oh, that is a book. Okay. I just saw that image. Okay, so... No. That's the crane. Not the crane. Okay. Ah, there we go. There's the paper there. Okay, and this part is the trees, the sakura. Be that one. No. 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 This one I'm gonna have to remember for another playthrough. There we go. Okay. Okay, we have the key.
どこに行ったかと思えば
Ah, this is new.
こん
Okay.
なところにいたのね。
お姉ちゃんどこ？
お友達と楽しく過ごせた？ならそろそろお支度をなさい。もうお友達とはお別れの時間よ。
お姉ちゃん。
あなたが殺すのもあなたの手で。それができるからここへ来たのでしょ。
A little bit of foreshadowing. That wedding massacre ending. Okay, so we have the key. Now we can go through the other doors.
校舎内まで入ってきてる。
479. 479, 479. Try to remember that. Generic key. Annex main gate key. That opens the back room. I don't need this. Okay, no new items, no new documents, nothing, nothing. Alright. Okay. Liar, 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 liar. How rude. No. Okay. 377. Okay. 377. Three seven seven 377. We're here. 3T 4 7 1. Ah, okay. I need the clue from that other one. This one is 377, right? Here we go. So 377 is the other one. Dried carcass. What places? Okay. So I'm gonna run to the safe spot. Sell this stuff. Hit the big building at the back. Go. Another one. The comb. Nice, nice. 2,566. I'm getting close to another trinket slot. There we go. Okay. So we finished this school. So from beginning to school, if I can remember the school, the locker combinations. Oh, that's right. That's right. I'm curious how much I can skip. Skip at the school. I don't get attacked here, I'm pretty sure. This is where the clues are, though. Items. Okay, that's a red herring. That note there. I don't think this radio was on last time. I think that's Rinko's dialogue when she's a monster. You fight her towards the end of the game. And that was not there in the initial run-through. More explanations of the code they use. Okay, and the final clue should be in here somewhere. Row 4, line 2. Row 4, line 2. Bus. Okay, so it's 8. U is a 6, so 8, 6, 5. Okay, I see. Work out your grievances. Already did that. Okay, and that spawns the monsters. I'm gonna get attacked at this corner here, if I remember correctly. Maybe not. Well, shit. Surprise me. Okay. So I'm gonna unlock this, and then I'm going to write this down in my handy dandy app. 6-5. Yeah, okay, so this would skip the entirety of it, so 1 second here. It's down 8. 8, 6, 5. Well, I'm also going to put the 3771 down, because that one I didn't remember. Okay. That's all these lockers. One beside should also be... Oh, you gotta be kidding me. I'm not fighting that. Fuck that. There we go. Cabinet key. Okie dokie. So. Did that despawn them? Interesting. Let me go ahead and save. Oh, come on, Gabe. Don't start now. Record. Okay. No new items to sell. And that should be it, no? No, there's something in... What did I not open? Oh, I did... Aha, okay. I opened the... Okay. I see. I opened it, but I didn't actually grab anything inside, because... Well, simply put, I'm an idiot. Okay, this is not new. This is new.
魂を奪われた私だ。今度は私が君の魂を救い、古き君の命を奪おう。
So I always wondered why she sees his face here. I'm pretty sure this guy is the boy she saved from the fox attack in the park. I don't think he's an actual god. I don't think. Oh, she already has the mask on. And the arm. Okay, yeah, this is okay. So the ritual's already occurred. Looks kind of funny having 2 pairs of ears, though. I guess 3 if you count the human ones. I didn't realize the pink bunny changes the mask to a pink color too.
よく頑張ってくれたね、ひなこ。さあ、先に進もう。
Her mouth's all bloody. She looks like she's been through some shit. I guess technically she already has been through some shit. And she has the brand on her back. Okay. So that means this part, from here on this part, the spirit realms here are going to be faster. Or is this skipped? No, it's just going to be faster. It's in the cutscene, okay. This is perfect because I missed the big hairy arm. When starting the game with a completed file, using an off-free net recovers sanity will also fill up the Kutsu seal. Starting the game with a completed file, Soul Sight will be able to affect multiple inanimate enemies in a small area. Oh, so her shit actually gets stronger. Okay, so this should be a massacre, no?
美しい腕だね。血潮さえ美しい。
ありがとうございます。
Thank you very much. It's a beautiful arm. Thank you. Okay, this is the door puzzle shit. Won't go much longer. I might be able to finish this pretty quickly, but let's see. I was gonna end like 10 minutes ago, but the game decided to suddenly change everything. Okay, and these lights are not going to help me now because I don't need them. Shit. I'm mostly interested in new items. Okay, left and there's a monster here. Not. Door's not open, that's right. There's a monster here though. In this big room. Don't need that. Let's give him one of these. Right, they scream when they get knocked out. Okay. Okay. Items. No. There's still a few weird questions I have about this game, especially considering Hinako's age. There's something not right about that ending where she's like, it says she's like a mid-20s. Mid-20s woman. Enemy placement changed. Okay. 4, 5, 6, 7. Gotcha. You know, look, perma kill this shit's nice though. Okay, so. I do this thing with Siri. I remember that. There we go. Oh, she actually died. Okay. First aid kits. Nah. Pull this. This opens red doors. Okay. There, you can go kill this thing. This thing does like no damage too. There we go. Shriveled. Oh, big money. Yes, please. Chocolate. Nice, 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 nice. Soul siphon. Perfect. Okay. Green doors are open. Green doors are not open. So this switch is actually useless. This switch is a waste of time. Well, I guess you get the shriveled Abure Age, which is a lot of money. But in a general sense, it doesn't really make you go faster at all. Okay, so I want the blue doors open. My door open. Now the screen door is open. The light thing is gonna be... At least I know the solution to the light thing, I just don't remember how to get the solution. But I have to get all the lights at foot height. Okay, this is the room where you learn about Sakuko. I'm gonna summon the monsters by going in here. Pages from an observation log. Hey, Mr. Rabbit, guess what? I decided today I'm giving you a new name. Your handwriting here is erratic as the writer's overcome with emotion. Your new name is Hinako. Got it? Hinako. Don't you think it's super cute? It's the same name as that awful, horrible, mean, cruel Hinako who left me all by myself and went far, far away. I hate her. I know why she threw me away. It's because I'm dark and sad and mean. Dang it, I forgot the stuff I needed to cut off Hinako's arms and legs. Oh well, I'll just cut her into tiny pieces tomorrow. God, she tortured her fucking rabbits? What the fuck? It's fucked up. Sorry. Okay. Ah, I still got it. One of the worst parts of this game's combat is that if you get a perfect dodge, you can still get hit by that same attack that you just dodged. It's It's a little bullshit. Ah, you bitch. Okay, I just realized I shouldn't have my spider on. This one. Yeah, there we go. Okay, this green door is closed. Red door opens. Another golem appears. Yeah, he will die. Gotcha. Got you both. Nice. And of course, the camera wants to try and screw me over. It's best not to lock on in these hallways. Just follow the grid. Kutsu tea. Eh. There was something standing here, but it's gone now. Sakugo's dream. Sakugo's diary. Grandpa is saying that he'll let the shrine come to an end after his generation. Not many people will bother visiting such a small, insignificant shrine. It seems nobody wants to go to the effort of coming all the way here to pray to Inari-sama. There are hokora and statues dedicated to Inari-sama all over town anyway. Older folks just go wherever's closest to them to pray. There's no reason for them to come to the shrine. But if there are more devout worshippers, if people held more respect for the shrine, then maybe Senitsugi's shrine could be restored to its former glory. Are these just events unfolding as the gods have planned, just like Grandpa always says? Does Senitsugi's shrine no longer serve a purpose? No, it simply can't be true. I've heard how the gods weep. Another entry. Sakugo's dream is to restore the shrine to its former glory. But would such a thing even be possible? I can't really imagine the town's elderly residents climbing all the way up here. People here used to worship the 1,000-year cedar tree. Now they pray to the Inari statues. I'm starting to think that rather than some revered god, maybe we humans hold more power because we choose which god to worship. Go close white. Blue. Okay. Of course. We're fucking with that. Bandage, no. Wouldn't save though, because then I can open the door to Sakugo. Okay. Two must face each other as one, pray for mutual prosperity. Right, this just tells you how to do the puzzle. So it's these. I wish I remember what they look, which way they were looking. Now we want every cage at foot height. I had it right before. Here we go. Talon lampshade. Else. Restraint lampshade. Here we go. These go on here. And Sakugo meets her untimely demise. Oh man, you hit it. You applied the fucking. Oh my god, man. Does anyone smell pumpkin? Actually, pumpkin smells pretty fucking good. Sark's like, he came right at the tail end, man. Is this new? This is new. Okay. Tail end of the stream. I am a pumpkin bitch, by the way. Do you like my lollipop? You like pumpkin flavored candy? Get a Discord? I will, eventually. I should actually make one, like, maybe this upcoming weekend I'll make one. White rabbit emblem key. Okay, this goes to the big door. Dark and darker. There we go. Okay. The Sakuko's little puzzle area isn't too long. This next one should also be pretty short. But here's the key. Key goes here. And this is Rinko's area. I like how that pumpkin, like, the pumpkin face. I look mildly upset. Like, mildly... Oh, that's right. There's a fucking door down here that I can open now. Perturbed. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, I look perturbed. I would get fucking attacked here, okay? These things are a joke with this arm. There we go. The Gourd Lord's curse descends upon me. First aid kit, don't need that, but I can open this now. This store confused me the first run through, but this is full of dolls. What the fuck? Unfinished letter. My future friend, spring unfurls around me in vivid color as I write you this letter. Upon your arrival, you may bear anxiety about your new life. The slightest remembrance of your old home may call tears to your eyes like it once did to mine. The scent of ripe plums joins with warbler's birdsong in bittersweet union, memories that call me home to a mountain village spring. Everywhere I turn, I am met with splendor, the sound of chirping warblers, the smell of sweet plums. Is a warbler like a bird? I am certain that this land, though new to you, shall become a place of respite and tranquility. You and I call the same village home, so please share with me whatever weighs in your mind. I am eager to hear your stories of home, and together, we and it. Simply ends there. My spirits are uplifted, by the way. The buff has been applied successfully, a perspective on Hiragami. The other day, my honorable father-in-law told me that fate had smiled upon me, and my blood had been blessed by the stars. If I attempt to interpret his words, I can only understand them to mean that he believes that an intervention of good fortune, or coincidence, allowed me to be so connected with this house. However, I do not believe he meant to humble me with his words. Instead, I think his words should be taken more literally. My very blood was favored by fate. In the world of mortals, there exist rare individuals who possess non-ABO blood types. Wait, really? So maybe having blood that was blessed by the stars simply means that I was born with a rare mutation. After all, there are many variations, some of which are as uncommon as 1 in 100,000 people. Perhaps when a human child who possesses blood that contains the power to deepen the bond between mortals and gods is born into a village, they are selected as a candidate for a Hierogamous marriage. If such is the case, then it would explain why such partnerships are so infrequent. I wonder who shall be next to be welcomed into this world. If it is another child beloved by fate, then I would like to do all in my power to help their transition into a new life. Mayumi. Fuck is Mayumi? All these dolls, goddamn. Interesting. I wonder if this room changes. Oh god. In subsequent playthroughs. Not that I'll find out tonight, but... Man, now all I can think about is like fucking candy corn. I don't eat a whole lot of sweet shit like candy and shit, but candy corn? Ugh. I fucking love candy corn. Can't get enough of that candy corn. Okay, so we want blue open and white. Blue. And white's open. Sorry, waste time. Waste my time. Okay, so blue is open, so I gotta go south. South side. I wonder if this room is also different. Oh, Higashi is always very good. I think I'll remove the Rarude. Higashi's a cheat. Cheat fucking item as far as I'm concerned. Here goes Childhood Diary. I don't think this room is different. Kitsuti. Fox Origami. Is this different? Why the hell are you here? Why the hell are you closing up next to Shu like that's where you belong? The Charian type, Sakugo decided to tag along too just because of you. But I can forgive her. I mean, she did me the favor of dying soon enough anyway. How long are you going to keep living for? You're already dead. Quit haunting Ibisugaoka like some pathetic ghost. I think that note is new. Else here. It's nothing. Okay. Let's reveal the truth. Well, it's not so much revealing the truth so much as it is showing Inaka's paranoia regarding her friends. But she's mentally ill as fuck, so I suppose it's there's a second one. See how you like this. Now, based on that previous letter, I'm assuming Hinako is... Because early on in the first one, you do come across in the library in Spirit Realm 2. All of a sudden, the town was enveloped in thick fog. Everywhere I looked, I saw strange monsters. I could only bring myself to sit inside my empty house, alone and shaking. That's when Shu came and rescued me. After that, it didn't matter how terrifying the outside world was, so long as I was able to spend time alone with Shu. It's frightening. But then I realized that cockroach Hinako was with him. What are the odds? Just die, you pest. You don't belong in this town anymore. Did you forget that? I'm gonna assume Hinako's has a weird fucking blood. Ew. Disgusting. Everyone was slobbering over the snacks and thanking me again and again. It reminded me of the time I fed fish at the park, the way their mouths gaped wide as they begged for food. What a bunch of idiots. And that poor as dirt, Hinako. All it took was one piece of cheap candy to have her follow me around like a dog. It's almost cute how stupid she is. A cockroach like her deserves to die. Yeah, these notes are definitely new. Oh no. One of these is supposed to reveal a coin I can use for the puzzle. I think it's here. It is, okay. Okay, we got the crest. Anything else new? No, okay. This is the reset door. Okay. I didn't get scared. In fact, I perfect dodged that. Come on, bitch. There we go. Left facing seal. Okay. Bottom door, red and green. Green is open.
ぼんやりしてるあんたを私が何度助けてあげたことか。
Red is now open. Perfect. Okay. We're actually making really good time in this playthrough. Or 28. So it's been about 2 hours to reach here.
ひな子はいいよね。
It'll be even faster next time because I wrote down the answers to the puzzles. Oh. Green not open? There we go. Okay, so we want to go up first. North first. I think they swapped the doors
あ
around.
んたがいなくなってくれるんだから先
These
生
fucking things. Yeah, come here. There we go. Okay, so what's this? Doorway. Is this the bedroom? This is the bedroom. Okay.
ぬいぐるみファッション誌リンコの部屋
The doll collection. No notes. No diary entries. So. Okay. Paranoia. Applied. A nice, what do you call it? Darkest Dungeon style, meltdown. I didn't realize this thing's here. Not attacking me, at least. There's 3 dolls, I think, right? Or is it 2? Rinko, the two-faced. Overconfidence is a slow and insidious killer. Rest in peace, Wayne June. That's all I needed. Okay, last one. So red and green need to still be locked, which they are.
なんでいつも私の方が頑張ってるのに頑張ってるのに
If you're playing Russian roulette. I mean, yeah. Could be one of the fastest games you'll ever play. This goes so much faster with this fucking fox arm. Oh, I'm mostly looking for like toolkits in our sushi. Place that. There we go. Okay, this opens white, and that opens the door to the other hallway. Wait. Why? Was this door a waste of time? This door's a waste of time? I could just go... Oh no, okay, I did have to come into here. Okay. Because the last door is white. Gotcha. Okay. Run past this shit. No need to fight this. But what is she hiding? What is this one hiding? It's really sure answer the bang. Alright, carcass. More money. Loads of money. Okay, this is where you get attacked. Yeah, documents. That's all I want is documents. Nope, nope, nope. Here goes diary. I've wasted years of my life at school carefully putting on the good girl act, pretending I was perfect in every way, basking in my own sense of superiority. Back then I sincerely believed I was better than everyone else. But things are different now. I can see how I've been looking down on others just to falsely raise myself up. I can't help but wonder though, has everyone else been seen through my act this whole time? Hinako, Sakuko, even Shu. Maybe they've always seen through me, straight to my rotten core. Maybe all this time they were only pretending to be my friends. My handwriting is seething with unfettered hatred. But I'm not the one at fault. It's all because of that awful Hinako. If only you were gone, then I wouldn't be feeling like this. The rest is too distorted to read from here. World record holder died shortly after achieving it. Immediately after? Damn. I wonder what happened to him. Okay, here we go. Trigger the fight. The dolls come in, right? No? Well, I guess not. Okay. The final coin. Ah, there they are. Oh, you son of a bitch. There we go. Trading my child makes me kill him. Here we go. And done. Nice. Okay, it says this is a new cutscene. Let's skip new cutscenes while I watch this.
彼の気持ち考えたことある？あんたは裏切った。もてあそんで裏切った。謝れ。その格好で今すぐ土下座して謝れ。聞こえてるんでしょ？
Bit of a speedrunner myself.
なんとか言いなさいよ。
In Minecraft. Always say in Minecraft. And the powers that be, that's when they blind eye. Or Rinko. And Akko being like dead-eyed during these cutscenes makes more sense, which she's already got the fox shit on her. Shrine. Sell. Nice. Okay, so I get a third slot now. This is yes, excellent.
Fear the
A tube has been applied. Thank you. Now my attack is up. Now I will definitely annihilate everything in my path. As I let's see. Do I have a damage up trinket? Not really. These don't apply to the claw, the fox arm. But I do have focus charge decrease. Nice. Courage, Randers. It's a little sippy poo. There we go. Now this is where the first pregnancy fight is. Which I don't think I ever thought I would say those words in that order. It's a little sippy poo. I think these are different. And no, these aren't different. Okay. Carry not any memory of what has come to pass beyond this point. They all bear upon the pedestal first. The door shall not open to those who have regret in their hearts. Right, finding items. Oh, that fucking... You see see that girl give birth on Twitch last night? I did not, but I heard about it. What a very strange... A very strange, turn of events. It's like the world just gets stranger and stranger as time goes on. What the fuck? Was this hallway here before? Hmm. Imagine being born 5 feet from a PS5. That kid is gonna grow up as the Twitch kid. He's gonna have a fucking... He's gonna have a fucking reputation. He literally was just born. Just born yesterday. Okay, that other hall... Okay, go to the other hallway. Hey, not a Twitch VOD, yeah. This hallway is new. Oh, this is the drawing. This hallway is not new. Yeah, the thing's gonna attack me, right? No, I guess not. Bandage. I hate to say it, but I hope that kid doesn't... Well, I don't hate to say it. What I mean to say is... I hope, because that child will definitely have a reputation. Especially if the streamer in question made a spectacle of her birth. I hope the child in question is not bullied. But who could say? Maybe that'll be the next big thing, you know? Live stream births all over the world. That's the new thing. She didn't show a hole. Well, I assume not. Then we get an instant ban. Shit. Well, didn't I read that the CEO of Twitch like offered his congratulations to Michelle, which is also very strange. Come here. Wait, how do I go into rage mode? I hit these things. Oh yeah, there we go. Come here. Joke with the arm. It's not really a boss because they can start spawning consistently later on. Okay, no items. No items with documents. Pills, I don't want those. She can get away with it because it's childbirth, therefore education. I guess so. I mean, at the same time, right? It's like, Twitch is pretty... They have rules, and then it's up to them to enforce it. And people get nailed for the dumbest shit all the time. Okay, let's go right first now, or left. At the end of the day, it is up to them to interpret their own rules as they see fit, as is their right. Not that I'm saying live streaming a childbirth is kind of fucking weird. Educational or not, but you know. Who am I to judge? Yep. I don't think this is new. This is old. Yeah, okay, that's one of the puzzle pieces. try to fight these. You're judging. Oh, I'll keep my judgmental words to myself. I'm just kidding.
来てくれたんだな、相棒。俺は
Okay, this is new, it says.
いいんだ、ひな子の好きなようにして。俺は相棒の選択なら受け入れるぜ。
Yeah, this hits way different. She's already possessed. I mean, I have no... It's not the same, but I mean, I'm playing a very violent and horrific video game live on stream. So what am I... Who am I to judge? I have plans to stream a... What's it called? Horse Party. That Horse Party game.
幼い頃からの友人に別れを告げるのは辛いだろ
はい
Okay, this must be the new part.
あいえするべきでしたもっと早くこんな姿をお見せして申し訳ありません
Video games are not,
う。むしろその痛みを強いた私の方が謝らねばならない。
video games are not about, video games are not like morality, stuff like that. So it's not nearly the same. I suppose I shouldn't even be making a comparison in the first place. Now I'm just yapping.
行こう。
And Akko can't judge, yeah, she just murdered 3 of her fucking friends, so. Back to the real world. Okay, this is not new. I can skip this part. Should Rinko have left already? Make a choice of your game's fair game, not affecting anyone. Exactly, yeah. It's a works of fiction.
どうしてシュ
And these works of fiction can touch on things that are going to be uncomfortable.
なんだよな
This is not new. Okay, I can skip this. Okay.
あいつ
I would like to get to the fourth Jizo statue, and then I think I'm gonna call it there, because
二人も
I'm making
あい
ample
つから
time,
逃
but
げたのかも
I am getting a little tired. Chocolate. And especially in horror is always touching on sensitive topics.
やむを得
It's part of the reason I enjoy the genre, although I do know that a lot of horror just fucking sucks. Nay. Ah, another Inari box. Dire Revenge. And then, in the Edo period, Ebisugaoka witnessed another faith-changing event. The divine tree, the symbol of their religion, was struck by lightning and burned down. By this time, the ideologies of the Tsukubogami faith had taken root, and sacredness was determined by the antiquity of an object. The divine tree was not worshipped for subduing the water dragon. Instead, it was only due to the fact that it was the oldest object in the area. And so, a new divine object was decided upon to take the tree's place. The next target for worship was the Inari statue. Before long, faith in the Inari statue itself developed, mixing with the Tsukumogami faith to create an amalgamation of beliefs completely unique to Ebisugaoka. To this effect, the mongrel Inari faith here in Ebisugaoka has almost no likeness to that practiced throughout the rest of Japan, and boasts a pathetically superficial history. Even this changing of idols has been turned into some epic divine story by the priests. This is the nonsense they came up with. With the divine tree destroyed by lightning, the land lost its guardian, and the ancient evil water dragon attempts to rise from its slumber. Hearing the town's plight, a family of benevolent foxes traveled far from the west to subdue the dragon once more. Oh. The people's faith in them bolsters their power, but without enough power, the dragon shall awaken once more. But now they are convincing locals to devote themselves to the new god, Inari-sama. Water dragon, divine tree, Tsukumogami, and now Inari-sama. These pathetic people believe their faith has 1,000 years of history. Yet it's been mutilated time and again to suit their petty needs. Man truly is a fickle beast. The only genre of horror is a little bad taste when more egregious torture porn type stuff. Yeah, that shit's just like fucking... It's not... I mean, like back in the day, right, you had the really shitty, cheaply made horror. I mean, you still have, in the modern day, just look at the Terrifier movies with Art the Clown. Because of budget concerns, like, people getting better at practical effects, you had an onslaught of gore occurring, and then because of the shock value that people would run with it and create some pretty horrific movies and stories and like that. Well, movies mostly, and by eventually video games and shit like that. I'm of the opinion that if there's like no reason for like gore and torture like that, like if it's just focusing on that specifically with like nothing to it, I'm not into it. It's not my thing. And lost its guardian, ancient evil water dragon. So the evil water dragon is the natural gas leaks that occur in this area. Benevolent foxes traveling from the west is going to be the white flowers. The white flowers appear in previous Silent Hill games as a hallucinogenic. They're in line with the time they switched to the foxes, the fox worship. As the flowers are brought over by missionaries, a missionary. Supposedly. Okay, so... New, not really. Shock movies like Serbian film Human Centipede. Yeah, those are really fucking weird. It becomes weird that it's like, it's almost like fetishy, you know? This is what it comes off as. And it's like, okay, I'm not here to like fucking... not into that shit. Here we go. My carcass? You missed! Okay, so I can sell this. Now the Jizo statue is going to be after the chase scene. Enshrine.
山にも詳しいのに。
Axe. Nice. Place the bat. Probably not going to use it much, the heavy weapons much, because I have this lightsaber. Okay, this doll had a note in the first, I guess there's no new note here. Now, I will say that I did mention the Terrifier movies. Those do come off more as like comedy, comedic, kind of like wanton, unnecessary gore. It's a little different though. Things like Serbian film and Human Centipede, where they're playing it straight, and like full on like being really serious with their torture and gore. That's when it starts. It starts getting to that weird fetishy area. Bandage. Oh, jeez. Oh. Don't scream. Don't scream. Okay, he ran past me. New item. Antique comb. Nice. Places. Go. You ever get visceral responses to violence in movies? Gotta be careful because that happens to be sometimes with certain types of violence. It really... I would say I don't get a visceral response, but I do get, because I love horror as a genre. I've seen some of the worst movies, played some of the worst games, and also seen most of the best ones. I wouldn't say I get a visceral response to violence, but I will say that like sexual violence makes me uncomfortable. But I don't like recoil or like try to excuse myself. Again, it's one of those horror like again, on a previous note, horror has us look at things that are uncomfortable, and more often than not, those are uncomfortable truths and about real things that occur in the real world, right? And in horror, most of the sexual violence is driven towards women, and that's because statistically, women are going to be targeted more for sexual violence. Now, of course, generally these are movies we're talking about, so no one's actually getting hurt, right? These are actors. They know what they're doing. They're getting paid to do their job. But some of them some of them are so good at their job that like it looks like you're watching something that you really shouldn't be, and it gives me the heebie-jeebies, you know. Physically sick and dizzy. Yeah. Yeah, it gets really, really uncomfortable pretty fast. I don't remember if I went this way. If there's anything here. And at the same time, you get shit like Deliverance, where it's sexual violence against men, and it strikes you even more so because it's like subverting the trope. Okay, that's not. I'm in a loop, but this should start the chase sequence here somewhere. I come up here. I might be going in circles. Divine water. No, I don't want that shit. Nothing over here. Okay. Antique comb. Oh, nice. More money. Okay, I'm gonna replace my number money. Yeah, this one. You ever seen Deadwood? There's an episode where a character gets kidney stones. And see where they have to remove them is pretty brutal. The only time I actually threw up. That sounds pretty awful. Kidney stones, damn. Especially if it's like graphic depictions of them getting removed. Okay, this is a shortcut. Which I can use later. Oh. Bye-bye. Oh, not bye-bye. Okay. Oh. I have not seen Deadwood. Is that a series or is that a movie? I feel like I heard of that before. Oh, fuck. Okay. Locked our sanctuary protected. I have the key. That there's parts, so this is where I can bring the key. Toolkit. Was even super graphic instead of acting? Was just like, yeah. When the actors are like doing a really good job, giving their all for like fucking, we'll say a scream of pain or a scream of agony. I think it's the sound. I think it might be the sound that like fucks with me. Here we go. HBO show. Okay, I gotcha. Maybe I'll check that out sometime soon. I haven't been watching shit lately. I've just been so kind of busy with other shit lately. I was getting back into watching anime for a bit, and then I stopped doing that too. Okay, this is okay. I need to heal up here. Like, I remember at the end of the I think it was the first Punisher season way back on Netflix. There's a part where like he's fighting the bad guy and he slams his face onto a mirror and he takes his face and like grates it down the broken shards of glass in the mirror, and the screams that came out of the bad guy were so fucking horrific. Like you get that split second where you're like, I'm not watching because I'm watching this for real. This isn't an act. It's just for a split second. Oh, this building. What the fuck? This wasn't open before. Whoa. Oh, she's dead? Okay, this is new. Strange note. My sanctuary is still incomplete. I'm lonely, so lonely. It feels like I'm going to freeze. I need to gather more women. More. But even when I do, they all go away. I keep collecting more and more, but they all die. Mommy, why did you leave me all alone? I'm lonely. So lonely, it feels like I'm going to freeze. But I need to gather more women. More. But when I do, they all go away. What the fuck? Oh. Aha. Metal gate key. Okay, so the key changed spots. Oh boy. Oh, this is money too. Shit. Yeah, we'll get rid of this. Oh boy. Oh! Come here. Come here, bitch. There we go. Damn. Crystal spots give them a high sense of empathy. You can't separate from what you're seeing, so your body acts like you're in that situation. That makes sense. That would make a lot of sense. I don't think it's common for me, right? Because I'm kind of, I don't know how to put it. Like I'm looking at it from a point that it's fiction, right? Like the entire time. But I've had like moments where I'm like, oh god, I need to like look away. I don't excuse myself, but like, I'm kind of like, ugh. Cringing in a horrified way, you know? Nothing here, okay. Okay, this is the chase sequence. Come on. Come on. Okay. Fog monsters attack. I hope this is the right way. I think it is. Follow the lanterns. I had no fucking candies. The equipment sucks. Oh, this is the right one. There we go. Ooh, perfect dodge. I went the fucking wrong way. There we go. This is not new. Never used to happen to me. Over the past 2 years, it suddenly showed up. Weird that it happens. You should have watched anything as long as it wasn't real. Give me both. Yeah, I kind of feel that too. I feel like the older I get, the worse it. The worse that those kinds of things can get me feel a little off. Getting rid of this. It doesn't help that I was one of those kids at a young age. Like I used to watch horror movies with my parents a lot, or older siblings, or cousins. So with any family, I come from a family like this was like we fucking love horror shit, and not just like movies and games, but also telling stories and shit, ghost stories, scary stories. Makes me wonder if it's like. Maybe, I don't know if it's like a technological thing or maybe like a writing thing. Obviously stories nowadays are different from how they used to be. They're a lot more detailed, they're a lot more willing to go into these kinds of topics. And I think maybe going into these kinds of topics and that willingness to do so unabashed is what makes it more uncomfortable as time goes on. Okay. So, if I run back, I can find the divine tree. Is it back or was it over here? No, I think it's over here. Those spooky stories. I used to fall asleep to creepy stories every night. I still fall asleep to creepy stories. I'll put on like some YouTube shit of like ghost videos and shit like that, and just kind of doze off, watch it to them. At the same time, being creeped out specifically, not the visceral shit, but being creeped out. I don't know what it is, but like, it's gonna sound weird, but bear with me. I think it's not that being creeped out feels good. I think it's the relief that follows being creeped out or scared is what I like. Okay, so there's a Diesel statue here. Defeated soldiers need a place they can hide to escape persecution by the enemy army. They're unable to engage with anyone from surrounding settlements. There's no way for them to purchase new goods. This forced them to make do with what they already had and led to a culture where tools were used for as long as possible. Adrenal tools. Okay, this is not a new. Active adrenal tools are spectrum. Using broken or unwanted ones was seen as a virtue and called kishu. It's thought that when a tool reached the end of its lifespan was laid to rest, both the tool and the god to whom it was offered would be pleased. Clear tradition, more necessity, and a hidden village of defeated soldiers. But like I like well-timed jump scares. I like that creeping feeling of dread in certain kinds of horror games and movies. I like funny scary movies, like fucking Freddy Krueger movies and shit. Or like Chucky and shit like that. It's so Captain completely takes my mind off everyday stress, allowing me to relax. Yeah, I can feel that, yeah. Right, carcass, oh, more money. Getting a shit ton of money, damn. Okay. But again, probably for for better or worse. And I used to watch those kinds of movies when I was little. And they used to scare me, and eventually, you know, I got used to it. I got used to what I was seeing. I used to be fucking terrified of Chucky. That little bastard used to keep me awake at night. We had okay, I'm gonna go off on a tangent. We had this little doll. It was called I think it was called Corky. I think it was a doll called Corky. There was this little plastic doll that looked like Chucky. I might be able to even just pull up a fucking. No, I guess I can't. This doll, you were supposed to like open up his back and you like put like a tape, like a cassette tape. You put a cassette tape in his back and then he would tell like a story for kids. That doll used to scare the shit out of me because he looked like fucking Chucky. He had the red hair, his hair was all fucked up, and he had freckles and shit, and he moved and talked like fucking Chucky, and that doll scared the shit out of me as a toddler all the way to when I was like fucking 10. And that shit, oh my god, okay, so that doll, when I was little, I wasn't allowed to play on the stairs because I was a little clumsy little kid, clumsy little brat. So they would put the doll on the stairs to scare me because they knew it scared me. They knew it like creeped me out, and I wouldn't go near the stairs. So that was one thing that was good about that doll. The second thing is that one of my older siblings swears up and down that the batteries have been taken out of that doll to be replaced with new ones. But but for whatever, I think we ran out of batteries or something like that. We didn't have any spares, so she left the doll in her bedroom. She swore up and down that that doll started fucking talking in the middle of the night. Like it started playing its fucking cassette tape without any fucking batteries inside of it. So that was another creepy thing about that fucking doll. The third thing is when I was a little older. I was probably maybe 10 or 11. This is a while back. I was maybe 10 or 11. And for whatever stupid reason, I had that doll in my closet. It was just something that we brought when we started moving around a bit. And for some reason, I felt like Billy Big Balls if I had that doll nearby. Like I was scared of it, but if I kept it nearby, I felt like, you know, I was a badass. Like I was a tough little bastard because I could sit around that doll without getting scared. That doll, I was getting changed. It was a school day. I was up in the morning, up early, brush my teeth, went to my room to get changed. That fucking doll, it's sitting on its ass against a wall, right? And I swear to fuck, that doll fucking, it like lurched forward. I don't know how else to say it. Like it's sitting on its ass and then like it was on the ground on its stomach. And I heard it tumble and I looked at it. And unless something like flung that doll or like pushed it or whatever the fuck, there is no way in hell that doll's like, because it was kind of heavy. It's like an 8-pound doll or whatever the fuck. But goddamn, that there's something wrong with that doll. We don't have it anymore. Thank fuck. But damn. Me and my older brother both have red hair and people call him Chucky. Funny enough, he was scared of Chucky's kid. Chucky was fucking scary, man. He was fast, you know, like Jason and Michael, Jason Voorhees, Michael Myers, those guys like walk around everywhere. Chucky? Chucky is sprinting. He is hauling ass across the floor with his little knife, his little fucking legs going, you know, across the floor. He's the size of a toddler. He's he's small and he's fast. He's like fucking. Chucky was scary, and the faces he'd make, and his actor would like his voice actor. He would scream shit. He'd scream obscenities when he was chasing people to kill them. Chucky is fucking terrifying. Where is this Chizo statue? 1 second. What's up? I have my guide right here. Because I'm not gonna find this in any amount of good time. Oh, I see where it is. Okay. I went past it. Same with Freddy. Freddy used to scare me too when I was little. For the same reasons as Chucky. Freddy runs. Freddy Krueger can run and sprint around. It's one thing when the killer is like, you know, he's kind of stalking you and just kind of walking real slow, but it's another thing when the monsters can like sprint and shit. Triggers the fight or flight response, especially as a kid. I always thought he was funny. We're scared of demons and cryptids. Yeah, demons fuck me up. Or they did when I was little. What's it called? The Exorcist. Still fucks with me. The Exorcist is one of those movies. I love The Exorcist. But some of the things the possessed girl does is like bordering on that sexual violence shit that it makes you uncomfortable, but not enough to get like a bad response out of me. It like skirts that line, and then, but like the rest of it is also really scary. But I also really just love Exorcist movies in general. Character for fire can be faintly seen. The shed in the corner. Okay. Cryptids suck me up too. But I also come from a background where well, these are all old. Okay, let's see these. Sacred Sword. The end. What happens if I offer something that relates to the character? Secret hideout shoe I used. Be raised Christian. I was raised Christian as well. I'm not really religious anymore, but I am still those kinds of like upbringings. You know, they stick with you, religious or not. But I love like possession movies and shit like that. Am I not supposed to? Oh, I see.
ここに繋がってたんだ。
Okay, so it's this way.
相棒、私だ。
Okay, these are the white flowers. They're causing all the hallucinations that he puts in his pills. Cracked hibachi brazier. Brazier is full of charcoal, helps stay warm till a large crack put into that. Okay, so this goes to the Jesus statue. Back up here. Now, what I am scared of is aliens. Aliens fuck me. Aliens actually like make the hair on my fucking arms raise up. And I don't mean like xenomorphs or like Predator. I mean like the little gray bastards. That shit. Those little things fuck me up pretty bad. Sweet giant bells. Okay, so that's the fourth Jesus statue. I used to sleep with a Bible on my pillow. I never did that. But I used to wear a cross all the time when I was younger. It wasn't a nice cross, it was like a shitty like $10 stainless steel one, you know, like a fucking Okay, so that's 4. Let me look up where 5 is. Shoot. Oh, it's okay. I don't think I can get this till after the nightmare sequence, but this is actually where we're gonna stop here. Aliens would scare me if I didn't think they were just the government or humans from a different dimension. I think that's what fucks me up, is like the unknown aspect of aliens is what frightens me. Also, the little gray bastards just creep me the fuck out. I think it's because they have like this uncanny valley thing going on with them. The fact that they even look humanoid to begin with. Yeah, there would be a revelation here, but we already saw this, so. This cutscene is new. This cutscene wasn't here. It was just a note last time. The probing doesn't help either. Yeah. Not into that. Not from aliens, anyway. Phew. What did she find? Now, I'd actually love to play through. Why is she crying? Oh, the pills! Right, I didn't eat the pills. Okay, so this is... Okay. Just without you. Letter to my partner. Hey there, partner. We made it out some pretty vicious battles together, huh? Even had to part ways with our fair share of comrades on the battlefield. I just never thought we'd have to part ways too. But at least ours won't be a goodbye through death on the battlefield. From now on, you can't ask for anything from me, okay? Because it's not like I can expect your help anymore. You have to look after yourself now. I won't be there to drag you to safety when you fall. But wherever we go, and no matter what we do, we'll always be part of the Space Army. And we'll always be partners. Got it? Thanks for everything, Hinako. Shu. Oh, sweet. The alien sea in Fire Sky is absolutely nightmare for oh god. And I think that's where I think that was probably one of my earliest fears of aliens was that exact scene that you're talking about. I used to watch horror movies at my grandmother's house every weekend with my cousins. And I remember Fire in the Sky coming on. Well, we had like DVDs, right? We'd like rent that shit. So I put in Fire in the Sky and that shit happened. That and the fucking was it Signs with Mel Gibson? The scene where where Joaquin Phoenix is in the closet with the TV and he's watching the fucking Brazilian birthday party on the news. And like it's all the kids like they're all gathered up against like glass door. And they're like pointing at shit and like speaking in fucking was it Portuguese, Brazilian Portuguese, and the fucking alien walks out from the fucking the bush. That shit made us all fucking hoot and holler and fucking scream and shit. I still remember the fucking spine tingle I got seeing that shit the first time. No, I can't go in here. Okay, so the next one's actually right. I'm gonna get it this time. Yeah, Signs used to freak me the fuck out. I would love to play like a horror game, a really nice quality horror game with aliens, but unfortunately a lot of them just fucking suck, man. Such a shame. Okay, this is the nightmare sequence. I'll find the save spot and call it there. shield by himself.
Shoo!
And sleep. So if I speedrun this, it'll take me... Okay, this is new. Okay, then I won't skip it. There's was some other... Like, I'm a big fan of found footage as a subgenre of horror. I love found footage movies.
私は恐れません。
There's some good alien found footage ones too. I can't remember which one I watched. I think it was called Phoenix Rising or Phoenix Uprising. Going back.
はい。
That was pretty a cool movie. One of the themes was that
姿が見えなくとも
or one of the plot points was that the aliens were in
一緒にいるのを感じ
a
ます。
burning wheel within a wheel covered in eyes or some shit like that. And the main character called the alien spaceship Ezekiel's wheel. I thought that was a cool kind of fusion of old and new. Doesn't seem all that different. Fusion of old and new
頑張ります。あなたにふさわしくなるように。
old themes. Can I just skip this? Because I have the focus site. I can just open this. Oh, nice.
私はずっと迷っていたんだ。
And now I'm more certain of my path. Right, I don't have to go through all of this.
でも今はもう
There's doors now.
道に迷いはない。 A lot of people believe that the angels in the Bible were just aliens. It's those kinds of like revelations that would like fuck me up entirely. Okay, I don't need to go through here. But there's another hidden door this way. Like the Ezekiel's wheel thing in that one movie was really fucking cool. Oh. There we go. So is this not necessary? I could just continue to the end. Like angels or demons being alien sucks. Yeah, that other movie too, The Fourth Kind, touched on that too. There's a part where the main character gets possessed. I guess I say possessed. Maybe mind control might be more accurate. There's an alien after all. Gets possessed by an alien entity. And her face distorts and she starts screaming in like Sumerian or whatever the fuck. She starts screaming like I am God and shit like that. Okay, I don't actually have to. Okay, I can just go to the end. I think it was called The Fourth Kind. It had Mila Jovovich in it, the Resident Evil actress. Movie actress, it is. Oh shit.
6, 7, 8. Gotcha. Really wouldn't change whether they were true. Yeah. The guy was saying is that aliens are real? So are they gonna like these aliens gonna like pay my bills and shit like that? They're gonna buy my groceries every week? They're gonna house me? But they're just gonna cause more issues on top of the other bullshit I gotta put up with. Be thou awake or hidden in sweet slumber, joyous shalt thou to be to serve. Even when flesh is rotted away and bone turned dust, so thou shalt serve. You're still scared of owls, exactly. They're not owls. And at the same time, it wouldn't change much. It wouldn't be all that surprising. It's still a series of stories of higher entities interacting with humanity. So what difference, what practical difference does it make? Okay. I was gonna quit there, but shit. I could just end this. I just gotta fight Rinko and I can get the last statue. He's gonna chug my frames for a bit. Gotcha. Gotcha, Fox Mask. All 15 frames. This is true horror. Which I can't skip this, but I hope there was no new notes in that area. There we go. Fangs are back. Okay, this cutscene is not new. It says we're gonna skip it. I think this is the Rinko cutscene. Yeah, let Okay, so it's the third one. So, there we go. Okay. Oh, that's right, these things explode. This okay, stamina. preserve? No, I can't. So much.
そこまで言われる筋合いはない幸せになりたきゃ努力して運命を変えろ
Motherfucker. There we go. Okay. Okay, this isn't new. That. This is new. Okay. So I'm going to stream again tomorrow night. I'm definitely not going to be going nearly as late as I did tonight, but got into talk about horror. And the new game plus is a lot easier than I expected it to be, especially after the UFO weapon. I will get I will get an ending tomorrow. In this game. I don't quite know what the purification process involves, but we'll see. Friday, I think I will stream once more as well.
ひなこかいえお母さんそろそろ帰っといてお夕飯ができたからおいリンコ離せ
I don't know if I will complete the Bridge Curse 2,
ひなこもう十分
but I think I would like to start that Corpse Party game
殺すか殺されるか決めた
on Friday.
姉ちゃん
殺されなさいひなこ
どうしてみんなそうなのみんな殺してるのお姉ちゃんも殺したの
ええ私も殺したわお父さんもお母さんも
Just realized her head is
そし
stitched
て
to
大
her.
切な妹であ
Her
る
neck's got stitches
あ
on
な
it.
たもね友達もみんな殺したわ
私は殺されたくないも
今日それを口にすることがどれだけ恐ろしいか分かってる
ちろん
今日までに何度も言ったかもしれないけれどもう一度だけ言うわね生はあなたが選びなさいだけど今日その選択には特別な代償が伴う
Is Junko actually Hinako?
あなたが生き延びた時にだけあなたがおとなしく殺されるなら何の代償もないお姉ちゃんはひなこに幸せになってほしい
Never ever see Junko's face, so they're talking about how she killed all her friends. Makes you wonder. It makes you wonder. It's gonna be a good one, at least I hope. And whilst I see it, sorry in advance if it sucks. Ah, nah, man, I'll see it through to the end. I've been wanting to like get into more visual novels. I don't know if it's like an age thing or what, because
リンコ
well, especially horror ones. I'm sure it'll be a good time, regardless. Wait. Okay, the last statue is up here.
お姉ちゃんの言う通りだ時間がない二人とも待っててすぐ行く
'Cause I have Corpse Party. I also have one called Spirit Mark. Time depending, we'll see if I can get to that one. That was like a part visual novel, part almost dungeon crawler kind of thing going on. So bad, I don't want that shit. Let's get this last Jesus statue so I can call it. But all I've ever heard of is good things about Corpse Party. So I am looking forward to it. And I am fully prepared. Well, no, I think it's supposed to have voice acting. The new one, anyway. I got the 2021 version, which is... It sounded like it was the definitive version of the game. So it has voice acting, but... Okay, this is new. But I'm fully prepared to be reading out loud quite a bit. I don't mind. I love reading, so... That's what Shu says to Hinako in the bad ending, the first ending. When the cops come to arrest her. Oh, Jesus. Come on. Okay. Alright. Oh no! It broke! There you go. Bandage. Note. Research journal. Okay, so this shows where the Jesus statue is. In the Edo period, lightning struck the divine tree, leading people to believe that its spiritual power was lost. They then turned to worship the next oldest object, the Inari statues. Thus the people of Ibisugaoka began worshipping Inari-sama. However, the sacred sword predates even the Inari faith. If the oldest object was to become the next object of worship, then it should have been the sacred sword. In other words, if the sacred sword is discovered, it will without a doubt undermine the very foundation of local beliefs. Ah, so that's his fucking goal, huh? But it should be somewhere nearby. A pregnancy boss here. Okay. There's a statue here. Let's see it. Oh, that's right. I had to kill this shit. Okay. Let's power up. Wait. Power. Come here, bitch. Actually, lightsaber kind of sucks against these things.
The tea.
Oh, excellent, yes. Really? Did it knock you over? No, what is she doing? Come here. Abort! Abort! There we go. Phew. Alright, so I think it's around this corner. Okay, game, come on. We're almost there. Arare. Really? Okay, come on now. Oh! Watching my birth on Twitch again. I didn't think of it like that. And here I was being so judgmental earlier too. Oh, you're fucking weird throwing live birth on Twitch. I said as I showed live birth on Twitch. Oh man. Oh. A knife in a tree? Okay. Right then. What's here? I'd assume it's up here somewhere. Okay, game, come on. Last stretch, last stretch. No, last stretch. I'm gonna piss off everything. Oh, he spawned the flowers, that's right. Okay. Left first. Oh. Inari sushi. Perfect. Okay, I guess it's not up here. That means it's going to be... Shit, it might actually be almost up there. Fuck it, I'll go... I'll grab it, I suppose, and then run all the way back here. This is the worst statue in the game. Luckily, it seems like I only have to do the statues once, so I won't be wasting time on a subsequent playthrough doing these fucking statues again. Equip my fucking Higashis. Infinite stamina. There we go. Infinite stamina is infinite dodge. New item? Divine water. There would be a fucking column. This is gonna suck because they can still hit you later. Okay. Oh, fuck no. Having gone this far, the game doesn't seem all that long, but part of the discovery process. Okay. This is where you see the flashback, right? The fox attacks the boy. Okay, game, come on. Yep, the fox. And the boy.
ありがとう。
大丈夫か？子供を噛むなんて許せねえ。ただ殺してやら。
僕は琴雪って言います。君は？
私はひなこ。清水ひなこ。
I just realized this model's got a fox mask on it. Okay, so the kid is the kid she saved is fox mask. Old medical record. Notes. While the request for emergency transport was being made, I was left alone in the examination room with the patient. During this time, he briefly regained consciousness. When I rushed over and began calling his name, he responded. Kotayuki. So that is my name. It is not uncommon for patients with high fevers to experience disorientation. However, this young boy did not show any signs of distress. He remained expressionless, his face like an unmoving mask. His eyes were blank and glassy, not unlike those of a doll. At the very least, I did not note any of the usual symptoms of fever-induced disorientation. Immediately after, he again lost consciousness. As I did not accompany him, I do not know the details of what happened at the prefectural hospital. Although such an episode can likely be attributed to a temporary disturbance in the patient's memory as a long-practicing physician of Abiso Gaoka, I cannot help but be reminded of that local phenomenon. Fox possession. So it's like fox possession like rabies? I gotta check that kid for fucking rabies after being scratched up by a fox. I suppose it's more symbolic of the fox transferring itself to the boy's body carcass. Toolkit, oh perfect. I have so much money. Okay. Skill dodge. Why are you getting? I'm tired. gassed. Another Nari box. More money? Oh, and Emma. No, Diary of Revenge. On the 21st, 13 Ebisugaoka residents were brutally killed in broad daylight. The police department is yet to find the killer. Kinshu Paper Morning Edition, May 22nd, Meiji 13, which is 1880. This is a truly horrible incident. Police investigations pulled up nothing, and construction on a large-scale dam began soon after. Drawing a whole new workforce to Ebisugaoka that rapidly developed the town. Before long, everybody forgot about the mass murder. I, however, have not forgotten. There's something very peculiar about this incident. According to multiple eyewitness reports, the killer was a giant of a man, over 2 meters tall. Holy shit. Who had covered himself head to toe in tree bark and roots fashioned into a kind of armor. On top of all that, he also wore a no mask. He marched around the town preaching the following. You worship false idols. The foxes lead you astray. Destroy their foul statues. If reverence is not given to the divine tree, then that water dragon shall rise once more to bring calamity upon this land. The man then proceeded to butcher everyone in his path with a katana. Holy shit. It wagered that the perpetrator was some kind of divine tree faith fanatic. To the followers of the old practices, the transition of faith from the divine tree to the Inari statue is surely seen as an unforgivable act of blasphemy. It's entirely possible that the strange guise he wore was to replicate the giant monk who founded the religion in the Kamakura period. According to another eyewitness report, we also know what happened to the man in his final moments. This too, unsurprisingly, has been made out into some kind of divine happening. A thick fog swept in, and from it appeared a pack of eerily glowing foxes. They circled around the man surrounding him, and then everything was swallowed by fog, leaving nothing behind but juvenile drivel. And Emma for efforts. What's that? First aid kit. I don't want that.
私の町がもう化け物の巣じゃないか
There we go. I have so much fucking money. Holy shit. I may as well save for another slot. Right. So, the knife. The father threw a knife. I'm assuming that's what that knife object is that I need from the tree. Of course. Keep popping them out, bitch. That's just kind of fucking to say. Come here. Ah, shit, fucking. Come on. There we go. Oh! I deserve that. Come here. Just die. There we go. Nice. Okay, there's a tree somewhere here. Oh, it's about to break. Over here? No, but there's a shrine. Of course, the frame's on a tank, too. Oh, I'm not actually. Alright. Toolkits. I'm not gonna bother with down there. I'm more interested in where this guy's past. I want the knife and to run back. here? No. It's in a tree. Where's the tree? Tree. Nada. Nothing. Okay. It must be closer. Maybe at the... I don't think it's down there. I hope it's not down there. That's kind of fucking annoying to go through. That much. Oh no. I think maybe I did not. Well, at least it's a straight run. Okay. I am a fool. Just took a quick glance at my guide. I see where it is. I misread. Wrong way? Yeah, wrong. Stupid dolls. It's back in the damn forest. It's right here. I thought it was right here. It's around this house. Okay, so it's not here. It's gonna be around this other corner. Oh, Jesus. Not the frames. Not the frames. Okay. Here it is. The knife. Okay, Dad's old kitchen knife. Father's old tuna filleting knife. It's now completely rusty and useless. Okay. Now we run this back. Excuse me, miss. And here we go. Okay.
我らのもとへ沈黙のもとへ私何をご神木へ
Seriously? Okay.
どういうこと
Shit, I am up really late. Okay. Oh, come on. Oh, come on. Is it? Wait. Come on. game. We're almost there. I want to see this fucking sword. And the sword man, after all. Holy shit. I was gonna save. Come on, game. Be nice. Okay. This time, for real. Let's see what happens. I can fucking call it, man. God damn it. Please don't tell me there's a fight. If there's a fight, I'm just gonna let it fucking kill me. Okay. Oh, katana. And she got a blue flicker. The red flickers mean she has a headache. What's the blue flicker mean? Sacred Sword. An ancient sword that harbors a malevolent energy deep within its steel. Even if the blade chips, the mysterious power that resides in it will restore the weapon to its whole and unblemished state. When it is sheathed, the Sacred Sword will recover durability when you attack enemies using other weapons. But you cannot use a Sacred Sword to focus attack. Your gauge will remain untouched if you attack while focusing. However, if you are attacked while in this state, you automatically block the attack and be forced out of focus. You can perform a counter while wielding Sacred Sword while using R2 as long as the counter is possible. Even if you're already in the middle of an attack. Aha. Oh, fuck yeah. This is gonna... Okay, I'm looking forward to streaming tomorrow then. Oh, fuck yeah. Damn, it like growls. Nice. Okay. Let's go ahead and save. I'm gonna... Because I like this little redeem. Get ready that for my goodbyes. Okay, a nice save, or a nice, 3 hours, huh? 3 hours of gameplay to get through. Okay, cool. Got it. Title. Done here. Okay. Well then. I look forward to getting another, another ending next time. And with the answers to the puzzles written down, there's a chance I will be able to make it to another ending. So, that's nice. Yes, Salamandius, thank you so much for stopping in. And the conversation as well. You have a good night. And yes, I'll be streaming tomorrow night, roughly around the same time. I won't be going nearly as long. Bad survivor. I should not be up to sleep, but no, them's the breaks. And not to scare myself to sleep, so As always, Wanderers. Farewell, and take care.